In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, at Gatwick, officers take no chances with a suspicious traveller.
For the duration of his time with us, he'll be monitored 24 hours a day.
Sniffer dogs are put to the test in the war against drugs.
See big packages of white powder coming out is a good sign that the dogs have done something right.
And at least one man appreciates the work done by the border agents on the front line.
Because they could have found bombs on there, right? Explosives on it.
Gatwick Airport, a flight has just come in from Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago. The Caribbean is a known problem area for the production and distribution of Class A drugs, and UK Border Agency officers are closely monitoring passengers as they pass through the airport. A lone male passenger has been stopped by officers. He claims to have come to the UK for a family wedding.
Can I just ask you a little bit more about you said you're over here for your sister's wedding? Yeah?
We're on vacation, but she told me she's getting married, so I will attend at the same time.
All right, so you had initially planned to come over here for a vacation, and then you found out your sister was getting married. Is there any other family coming from Trinidad for your sister's wedding?
My mother's supposed to come up.
And when is she arriving in the UK? Do you know? Friday. Do you know which airport she's coming into?
This airport.
She's coming into this airport.
What is the name of this airport again?
The name of this airport? The name of this airport is London Gatwick.
Gatwick.
Okay, you've flown into London Gatwick today.
Having looked in the man's suitcase, Officer Sarah chats to colleagues with concerns about the man's possessions.
The clothing, it's all manner of sizes ranging from medium through to XXL. They're quite new bags. The shoes are not the same size. There's nothing in there that I would expect somebody to wear to a wedding.
Officers working in immigration have already called a phone number the man has provided for his sister.
The sister apparently has made no mention to the immigration officer of the wedding.
With too many holes in the man's story, and with reason to doubt the purpose of his visit to the UK, Sarah is granted permission to conduct a search of the passenger.
There are some things that I'm not satisfied with that you've told me in terms of your reasons for coming over to the UK. So for that reason, okay, I've had authorisation to do a rub-down search on you. It's going to be some of the male officers that will do the search on you. Okay, they're going to take you into a room away from the channels here, but they'll explain to you exactly what they're going to do when they get into the room, okay? Because I want to make sure that you don't have anything with you that you shouldn't be bringing into the country.
The man is led away as concerns grow that he may be a drug smuggler. To ensure all items brought into the country are legal and properly declared, UK Border Agency officers work round the clock at Gatwick every day. In addition, an elite group of sniffer dogs who are trained solely in the detection of illegal drugs also patrol daily. A call has come in about a discovery sniffer dog Megan has made in the cargo hold.
As you see, she's just found it, and that's what she's doing. She's doing a freeze stare. Yay! He's a clever girl. What we got here basically is a consignment from South America. As Megan's gone round it, she's indicating, because there's obviously smell coming out there.
As Megan has given her award for indicating on the package, officers need to investigate exactly what it is she's found.
It certainly feels like it's some sort of books, probably sort of heavyweight books, which we've seen in the past with the pages actually sort of taken out the centres of the books and drugs concealed inside.
Though officers are confident drugs are present, they must wait for permission to examine the contents. In the meantime, they rebag the packages so they can be used as a training aid for other sniffer dogs.
It's
what we've done now, we've brought our other dogs over so we can get them live rewarded. It's probably the best training we can do is in situ with live gear, so hopefully all our dogs will come in, get rewarded on the scent, and then it just improves their abilities for later on.
The introduction of sniffer dogs to the cargo hold has been extremely successful, allowing packages to be assessed in a fraction of the time.
On a daily basis, we get sort of 5-6 tons of parcels and mail come through. So the dogs will be able to sort of do that within half hour. To do it manually, you're talking hours and hours to actually manually go through each item of mail.
On this test, all 3 dogs successfully indicate on the packages, but officers will need to wait to see if there are drugs inside.
Good girl.
In the airport's North Terminal, the male passenger, who supposedly travelled to the UK for his sister's wedding, has been taken for a body search.
His demeanour didn't seem right when I was talking to him at the gate. He said that basically his sister has paid half the ticket to come over here and half of the hotel booking fee. However, immigration have spoken to his sister and she said, no, I've not given him any money for the ticket. But I am going to be paying half the hotel fee.
Even though nothing is found during the search, officers still suspect the man may be smuggling drugs inside his body. A swab test is conducted on his shoes. Swallowers will often secrete traces of drugs in the sweat in their feet. And a small trace for the presence of cocaine increases their suspicion.
Okay, we're going to ask him if he'll go through the X-ray.
Oh, okay. The man is taken to the body scanning machine to find out if he's got any packages inside him.
Watch. We'll just ask you to stand on this conveyor belt like this, okay? And then when we push the button, we'll move over towards the wall, okay?
Exhale, hold your breath, don't breathe in, don't breathe in. Okay, carry on breathing now, that's fine. Breathe as normal.
Do you want to follow me?
The results from the X-ray are conclusive.
I think there is something there.
He looks very full up, this guy. Does look very competitive there.
The images on these screens do look like there is some kind of mass there, so it's quite possible that he has got packages inside him.
Sarah breaks the news to the passenger.
Now, I've had a look at the X-ray images in there, okay, and I think that there may be something inside you. I think you may have swallowed possibly some packages of drugs. I'm arresting you on suspicion of being involved in the importation of a controlled drug. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The man is put in handcuffs and escorted to the airport's custody suite. Officers have a duty of care to ensure that the packages of drugs pass through him as swiftly and safely as possible.
In due course, he'll be interviewed, and for the duration of his time with us, he'll be monitored 24 hours a day, and he will use a special toilet and pass the packages that he swallowed as nature takes its course.
Since we've been in the custody suite here, Mr. Cross has been into the toilet twice. He's not passed any packages, so he's been put into a white paper suit in the custody suite here in the cell, and then we'll be transporting him up to Heathrow in the prison van.
The man was monitored at Gatwick Airport for a further 3 hours before being taken to Heathrow. He eventually passed 41 packages filled with cocaine. At the airport's cargo hold, officers have been given permission to search the 2 bags that sniffer dog Megan indicated contained drugs. The bags are taken to the cargo officers, where it's the moment of truth. As Officer Allen predicted, the smugglers have used book casings as a disguise.
All different books in here.
They're all cling film wrapped.
But their attempt at concealing whatever's inside was no match for sniffer dog Megan's sensitive nose.
The book's been cut out. It's quite a crude concealment. Obviously it doesn't take much finding on opening that book.
See big packages of white powder coming out is it's a good sign that my dogs have done something right. So it's a celebration time, I think.
But not before the packages are tested to see if the white powder definitely is cocaine.
See, it's gone blue, indicating the presence of cocaine. I'm just estimating at the moment there's probably a couple of kilos per book. Obviously we'll weigh it and get a proper total at the end.
It's a massive seizure, weighing in at over 20 kilograms and has a street value in the region of £1 million. Officers are delighted in the knowledge that one customer will not be receiving their illegal goods.
It's turned out to be a good result today, so well chuffed.
Coming up, Officer Hazel deals with two deceitful travellers with some long stories.
You told me that she bought them on different days, and now you're changing what you're telling me. You can't expect me to believe you now.
Coming up, sniffer dog Bren uncovers more drugs.
His indication there was to freeze and to literally stare at the box. It's tested positive to cocaine.
At Gatwick Airport, border agency officers are paying close attention to holidaymakers returning from Montego Bay in Jamaica. Passengers are being observed as they pass through immigration, and Officer Lorinda's attention is drawn to a white-haired male who sat on a passenger transporter. She follows him down to the luggage reclaim area and waits to intercept him. He passes through the green Nothing to Declare channel.
Hello there, sir. Are you travelling on your own today? OK, can I see your passport and your tickets, please?
The man says he's been working out in Jamaica for the past 10 months and has travelled back to the UK for medical treatment.
You're fully aware it's illegal to import into the UK drugs, firearms and decent obscene material? Yeah? OK, super.
Oh, I don't take drugs anyway, so...
Just need to check that you understand it's illegal to bring them in anyway.
I'm doing this one.
OK. Right, just bear with me. I'll have a look through that in a second. All right?
Lorinda opens the man's suitcase to search for any illicit materials, and straight away she makes an unusual discovery.
Why have you got one inside one?
Well, because when I come back...
So you're going to fill it up whilst you're here? What kind of things are you going to be buying then?
Oh, nothing really. Sometimes some tool stuff.
Right. We'll put that one back in your bag so it's safe.
Lorinda opens up the second of the man's suitcases.
And you've got another one inside another one.
That's it, yeah. Well, that's what I'm going to carry my hand luggage on a plane.
Right, OK. Yeah, it seems like the Russian doll.
So what do you want me to do, smile now or what?
The man is clearly in good spirits, but Lorinda must thoroughly check the contents of his cases.
Right, am I going to find another one in this one?
No, that's it.
That's it, is it?
That's it, yeah. Is it?
This is all you've got for a couple of months' stay?
I got all my stuff over there.
What, are your sisters?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
OK.
After a meticulous search of the man's possessions, Lorinda is happy he's carrying nothing illegal and he's free to go.
OK, Mr Hitchens.
Everything's fine, eh?
Everything's wonderful, thank you very much. Yep. That's fine. OK.
It's the first time I've ever been searched. I've been travelling all over the world. So anyway, that's their job. Because they could have found bombs on there, right? Explosives on there. Eh? So that's their job.
Gatwick is the second busiest airport in the UK. With hundreds of flights arriving daily, there are thousands of bags that need to be checked. Drug detection dogs are employed to assess bags before they're reclaimed by passengers in the baggage hall. This afternoon, luggage is being scanned from a Lithuanian flight, and Officer Hazel finds one bag on the X-ray which he suspects contains a large quantity of cigarettes.
If the cigarettes have originated in the European Union, their allowance is 3,200. If they're non-EU cigarettes, they're only entitled to 200. So we have to work out where those cigarettes have come from. But until we speak to the passengers, we won't know.
Once the bag is identified, it's placed back on the carousel for the passenger to pick it up. Officers will observe closely to see who collects it and then stop them for questioning.
Hello there. Hello. Where have you just flown in from? Just bring your bag. Are you travelling together?
Yes.
Yes, just bring your bags over here for me for a minute, please. Sorry. Do you have your passports, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you speak English?
No.
Only one of the women speaks English, so she'll act as a translator for a friend.
And she lives in Gatwick.
Do you have anything to declare to customs?
No.
Do you have any alcohol, cigarettes or tobacco that you've bought?
I have alcohol.
Okay. Can you ask her if she has any alcohol?
No, she doesn't have any alcohol.
What about cigarettes or tobacco?
Yes, she has cigarettes.
Oh, right, okay. How many?
She has about 10 cartons.
10 cartons. Okay, let's have a quick look.
Hazel knows from the X-ray that the passengers are lying about the number of cigarettes they're carrying, so she checks their suitcases for the evidence. If the cigarettes have been bought outside of the EU, they'll all be seized.
Where did you buy these? In Lithuania?
But the writing on the packets, along with the way in which the cigarettes have been packed, makes Hazel think otherwise.
Why have you done this? I'm just wondering why she's wrapped them up in bras and things in her underwear.
The 10 cartons the women declared they're carrying is a gross underestimate.
4,500.
Well, it is 4,880.
But it's not just the quantity that's concerning Hazel.
I don't think that's Lithuanian writing. We will check.
Translating the writing on the packets will give officers an idea about where the cigarettes have come from.
Look at nicotine.
Okay.
The writing on the packets looks Russian.
So that nicotine is the Russian version. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
they look Russian.
Naughty people, they're Russians.
With over 22 times the legal limit of cigarettes each, the goods will be seized from the women, unless they can prove they purchased them within the EU. It's not just passengers who attempt to smuggle illegal items. In the freight terminal, Officer Helen and sniffer dog Bren have just made a discovery on a batch of packages that have come in from Bridgetown in Barbados.
About half an hour ago we came down to go over the packages that have come in. We offload all of this from the pallet. We empty it all out onto the floor. The dogs can then run over it and they'll indicate if they need to. If they find something, they'll indicate. She showed interest in a box, which we put out again, just so that he is completely sure that it's there. And that's his indication there. And that's the box that I'm looking for.
Bren's indication strongly suggests the package contains drugs.
His indication there was to freeze and to literally stare at the box. His tail sometimes wags a lot, whereas if he's really, really focused on it, he'll literally be completely still.
Gatwick's sniffer dogs play a vital role in intercepting drugs being illegally imported into the country.
This is what's inside the box. Doesn't really smell of anything. What the officer's got there is a cocaine reagent, and it normally comes out pink, but if it goes blue, then it tests positive. There we go. It's just gone blue straight away. It's tested positive to cocaine, so it's actually impregnated T-shirts or clothing with cocaine.
Bren's partnership with Helen was only forged 12 months ago, but already the pair have made a huge number of detections, both in the freight terminal and on passengers.
He's actually been quite successful for his first year. You're normally given a year or so to make sure that they know what they're looking for. Their scent library is wide enough, and yeah, he's done really well for his first year. So I'm very, very happy and very impressed. Run up. Good lad. Well done. Good boy.
Back in the airport's south terminal, Officer Hazel is still questioning the Lithuanian women who have both been found with 22 times their legal limit of cigarettes.
These are Russian cigarettes. That means that you're only entitled to bring in 200 of them.
But we bought them in Lithuania. Sorry,
You don't have the receipt, though.
I understand, but I didn't know that I need to have receipt.
So how much did you pay for all these?
Oh, you mean carton or
Well, for all of them. If you bought them all at the same time, you'd know how much you'd spend.
No, we didn't buy them at the same time.
You see, if you don't have the money to buy them all at once, that suggests to me that you're bringing them here to sell them to make money.
No, she didn't.
Well, that's how it comes across to us as customs officers. So here you've got 4,800. How long will that take us to get through those?
Few months.
But Hazel has spotted something else that adds more doubt to the story.
The number on the side here is exactly the same on all of these.
On all of them.
That would lead me to believe that you bought them all at the same time and that you bought them all in the same place.
4,000. 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
so
4.
now she's bought them all at the same time, has she? So now you're changing your story.
I didn't have any story, okay?
You told me that she bought them on different days, and now you've just spoken to her again, and now you're changing what you're telling me. You can't expect me to believe you now. Because of the things you've told me and the things that we found out, we are seizing the cigarettes from you, okay? Seizing yours from you, seize your cigarettes from you. We believe that you're bringing them here to sell. If you can provide me with the paperwork that proves that you bought them in Lithuania and that they're tax paid, that's a different matter.
Tell you, I don't have anybody in Lithuania who still have my receipts, okay?
The threat of losing her
allowance is 200
cigarettes is
cigarettes.
making the woman argumentative.
But saying that I can bring 3,200.
That's if you bring them in from a European Union country, and that's where those cigarettes have originated from. These haven't. These are Russian cigarettes.
But we bought them in Lithuania, okay? And we bring
But
them.
you need to prove that to me.
Okay.
Personally, I think they're probably here to sell them. They're insisting that that's not the case, but she kept changing the things that she was saying to me about how and when they'd bought them, what quantities they'd bought them in, so none of it really made any sense, and she got quite cross by the end of it, I think. That's the way it goes. They're seized, so if she wants to complain, she can do.
The man who attempted to bring cocaine into the UK by swallowing 41 packages pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, officers acting on instinct make a startling discovery.
You get to know what's normal, and so when you get something that's unusual, it sticks out.
On a flight from Barbados, one passenger has something to hide.
Looks like there's a concealment here underneath the corner. So we're looking at about 2 kilos probably.
And in Gatwick's freight terminal, one officer learns to never judge a book by its cover.
Pages have been glued together and hollowed out to reveal cocaine.
It's early morning at Gatwick Airport. In the North Terminal, a flight has just touched down from Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago. With flights from the Caribbean known to be a popular transit route for drug smugglers, officers use various methods to check passengers arriving in the country. One male passenger has been stopped in the customs channels. He claims to be a student and has come to the UK to visit his aunt. Officers question him further about his travel plans.
Sorry, I heard my colleagues say that somebody helped you pay for your ticket? Yeah. Who paid for your ticket? Your aunt. In
Trinidad.
In Trinidad, okay. Wow, so you got a club ticket. So you sat in club. How much did you pay?
£7,100.
What's that in sterling? Roughly, you know?
It goes like £600.
£600, wow. For a club ticket, that's good.
But this wasn't the man's original ticket.
So the first ticket was a return ticket.
Which I couldn't follow back.
So you couldn't follow that back because you were late.
Yeah.
Do you have your return ticket with you?
No, I don't have that here.
Okay. All right. Just going to get an iron track for you.
Yeah,
Not much baggage there, is there? You got no other baggage?
No.
That was it?
That's all.
Wow, travelling light. The guy's come in from a week's trip to Trinidad. He's a student here, so he's obviously not earning lots of money. His baggage doesn't support the fact that he could travel as a club passenger, and so it just doesn't look like a very good story at the moment, but we'll see. I'm just going to do a narcotics swab. Have you used any drugs while you've been away? No. Okay.
Officer Andy swabs each of the man's bags to see if he's come into contact with any drugs. The swab comes back negative, but a concerned Andy still isn't happy.
It just doesn't tie together, so we're going to search him. We've got sufficient grounds to search him, and then we're going to consider whether we want to put him through the X-ray to see if he's got anything inside him.
The man is taken to a private room to be searched. But after finding nothing, Andy decides to follow his instinct and take the man for an X-ray.
You get to know what's normal, and so when you get something that's unusual, it sticks out.
The man agrees to do a full body scan. Officers will find out shortly whether their hunch about the student passenger was correct. At Birmingham Airport, hundreds of passengers are waiting to board planes for worldwide destinations. In the departure lounge, passengers carrying cash are being stopped to ensure they have no links to criminal activity.
Right, where does this money come from?
Officers have the power to question passengers carrying over €1,000 in cash, and anything over €10,000 must be declared. A couple waiting to board a flight to Dubai have been stopped. The male passenger has admitted to carrying £3,000 in cash, and officers want to find out more.
So you show me the money so that I can have a wee look at it. In total, sir, you told me you had £3,000. There is more than that here, and now we have another two envelopes. Right, I asked you how much money in total, no? Right, so whose money is this? Right, so that's your money, and this is your money. Okay? Do you know how much you have in here, sir?
Officer Dell steps in as a translator.
Between that one, two, and this one. So when I asked you how much you had and you said 3, and you've got 5 here and 4 here, that would have been a lie then, sir. Is there any more money in this bag? Okay, just leave it, I'll check it.
Having been lied to already, officers want to search the bags for themselves.
Did you forget about this money? Right, but can you say to him, I asked him had he any more money, and he said no, this is obviously money.
As the money keeps on coming, officers need to find out where it's all come from.
So is he working?
The man explains that he doesn't work. His wife only works part-time. The thousands of pounds suddenly look decidedly dodgy.
What bank account did he take the money from? Does he have the card or a receipt? And let him know that I'm going to phone the bank and check he's telling me the truth. Can you show me his wallet?
The man's bank card will be used to run checks, but as he hands over his wallet, even more cash is discovered.
How much is in here?
That's more money from probably more money from the relatives.
The evasive answers are starting to become frustrating.
What I'm looking at is to get as a source of the cash just now. But if I wasn't working, I wouldn't have £8.5 grand in my pocket.
As the flight time approaches, officers urgently need some answers about where the money has come from, or the couple risk having all of their cash seized. Back at Gatwick, a student passenger from Trinidad and Tobago who's suspected of swallowing packages of drugs has agreed to an X-ray of his body.
And breathe out. All the way and stop. Stand still, stand still, stand still. Okay, you can start breathing again.
The results come back immediately.
And I would say that this gentleman is full of packages.
Caught red-handed, the man looks resigned to his fate.
We've got a swallower in the North Terminal off the Port of Spain. He's just had an X-ray, just confessed to swallowing 60-odd packages, and we'll be bringing him over very shortly.
With potentially lethal packages inside him, the man's safety is now the main concern.
All I would say to you is that the sooner you can get rid of these packages from inside of you, the better. It's obviously very dangerous for you to have them inside you. Okay? You all right? Okay. He's asked to go to the toilet, so we shall take him into our special toilet suite. We'll have to sit and watch him, unfortunately, and hopefully he'll start the process of producing packages.
The toilet the man will use is a special facility that will collect any packages he passes so they can be cleaned and kept as evidence. And it doesn't take long for him to start producing the goods.
There is one package there that you've just produced. I have to tell you that is now seized as forfeit. Quite clean, but he's obviously struggling. It's quite a big package, so he now wants to have something to eat and drink to try and force the natural process. Could be up to 5 grams a package if they're all that sort of size. So half a kilo coke, something like that, inside him.
Half a kilo of cocaine is worth approximately £25,000. It's a sizable discovery for the officers, but a very dangerous pursuit for the man.
We have a duty of care just to keep an eye on him and make sure that if we see anything untoward, we can get there very quickly.
All they can do now is wait for nature to take its course. Back in Birmingham, officers are still trying to establish the origins of £8,500 in cash that a couple are carrying in their hand luggage.
If he only gets £48 a week, he'll be in income support.
The couple's income from benefits and a part-time job don't even cover their monthly outgoings.
Is there a mortgage? Is there a mortgage at Hardicolo?
672.
Yeah. Otherwise, money's coming from them.
Officers are struggling to understand how the couple could have saved such a substantial amount of cash.
He's only on benefits, so to have £8,500 with that amount of money coming in, it doesn't seem plausible.
That's a lot of money.
Anyone claiming benefits in the UK must inform the Department for Work and Pensions when going abroad.
Has he notified the DWP he's travelling today?
Does it just say? DWP does it? No, it's not informed.
Okay. Don't worry, we'll let them know. If you get their national insurance numbers, I'll phone DWP and check.
Concerned that they may be defrauding the UK tax system, officers will leave no stone unturned in their checks of the couple.
I've got a guy just now stopped him. He initially had £3,000. He's now up to £8,500. He's on benefit. The money doesn't even kind of match up. I'm thinking of just doing a referral with DWP after speaking to them, but I just want to check with you before I let them go.
Officers wouldn't want the couple to miss their flight unnecessarily, so if the fraud investigation team agree, the couple will be investigated on their return.
Okay, cheers boss, thanks. Bye-bye.
With permission granted, the couple are allowed to continue their journey, but will be asked further questions on their return.
If we can prove a link to the money, if it comes from a proceed of crime, then we would seize the cash. There's no direct proof there that the gentleman's committed any offence. It was just the fact he lied initially that drew my suspicions.
With seconds to spare, the couple eventually make their flight to Dubai.
Bye-bye.
Coming up, a man with someone else's credit cards is given a lesson in international law.
What's a crime here?
It's a crime anywhere in the world.
No.
They're not your credit cards.
Coming up, in Gatwick, a crude attempt at cocaine smuggling.
This concealment was a bit of an old-fashioned one, really. I mean, we've got about 2.5 to 3 kilos of cocaine.
At Gatwick Airport, South terminal. The flight has arrived from Bridgetown in Barbados. As a known source area for the production of Class A drugs, border agency officers are scanning suitcases to search for any illegal substances. In the airport's custody suite, one male passenger from the flight has been arrested on suspicion of bringing a controlled drug into the country. The X-ray has revealed hidden concealments in the corners of his suitcases.
To a custody officer, my role here is to ensure you're given your rights. Any comments?
Just that I was unaware that what I brought through.
Officer Niels takes the two suspect suitcases away to be examined further.
This bag came off the British Airways flight from Bridgetown this morning, and while the bags were being unloaded, became suspicious about the riveting on the sides of the case. They don't look original. If you have a look here, a bit closer, you'll see there's a ridge here, which is quite thick. Normally they wouldn't be like as thick as that.
The contents of the suitcase are removed to get a better look at the hidden concealments. Photographic evidence is taken of the discoveries.
Looks like there's a concealment here underneath the corner. There's a black package.
And with a similar package found in every corner, the second case also needs to be examined for hidden concealments.
Okay, right, go. So we'll just see what we suspect is in here. If you look closer, you can actually see where they've taken the original screws out and they put new bolts in, rivets in. You can see it all the way around.
As the man waits in a cell to find out what his fate may be, officers conduct a field test on the substance found in the suitcases.
If it's what we think it's going to be cocaine, hydrochloride. The reaction would be a turquoise blue colour. There we are. And you can see it straight away. There we are. There's a nice reaction there. We think there's probably a reasonable amount, so about a kilogram in each case. So we're looking at about 2 kilos probably.
2 kilos of cocaine has an approximate street value of £100,000. It was an audacious attempt at smuggling a huge amount of drugs. The man was eventually taken to court and, despite pleading not guilty, was sentenced to 7 years in prison. At Gatwick's North Terminal, another flight has just come in from the Caribbean.
Hey guys, you just come through single file right over to the right-hand side for me, please.
With a spate of recent drug seizures, passengers from Jamaica are rigorously checked by drug detection dogs as they disembark the flight. Border agency officers working in immigration have become suspicious of one male passenger's reasons for entering the country, so he's taken aside for questioning.
Who gave you that suitcase? Who gave you that? What was his name? Sorry? Danny.
The passenger appears nervous, so Officer Paul wants to find out the true nature of his visit to the UK.
Do you have any goods to declare? Okay, if you want to pop your bag up here for me, please. You've come in from Nicaragua. You flew to Panama.
Yes.
Then you went to Kingston.
Yes.
Okay, what did you do whilst you were in Kingston?
Just stayed one night.
Yeah.
Then I took the taxi. Then I came out to the airport.
Okay, and this case, was it given to you in Nicaragua?
Yes.
Why didn't you use your own case?
It was too small. Didn't have too much space to put everything.
Right, okay.
The man told immigration he came to the UK to visit his fiancée, but Paul wants to know more details.
So what are you going to do whilst you're here?
Just visiting, my fiancé family.
When did you get engaged? What month?
March.
When you get out of here today, where are you going to?
I'm going to Silverstone by car with my brother-in-law, Sarah.
So they're waiting for you outside?
Yes, but I have to. Yeah, but I have to pay the gas.
You have to what?
Pay the gas. Petrol.
Yeah, you have to pay the petrol.
Yes.
So who's actually picking you up?
Sarah.
Sarah's picking you up.
Sarah and David.
Your fiance's picking you up.
Yes, Sarah.
And you have to pay the petrol. Right. Okay. Let's have a quick look at your bag then.
A routine search of the man's bag is carried out. With his suspicious story, Paul wants to rule out the possibility he's carrying any drugs.
And how much did your ticket cost you to fly to the UK?
1,100.
1,100 US dollars. And where did you get that money from?
From working. I have to sell out to become money from here.
You've sold everything.
The man continues to be quizzed about his visit to the UK, but his answers to basic questions are still unconvincing.
How long have you known her for?
2 years and a half.
3.5 years?
Yes, no, 2 years. 2 years and a half.
How long?
2 years. I met her on 29, no, on the 30th of December of 1998.
1998?
Yeah.
1998?
Yeah.
That's 12 years ago.
No, sorry, 2008.
2008.
Nothing unusual has been found in the man's bag, but his nervous behaviour and story discrepancies make officers suspect he may not be telling the truth.
You use drugs at all? No, never.
You could use my blood and test it.
Okay. Are you happy to have an X-ray?
An X-ray?
Yeah, just to make sure you haven't swallowed anything.
Like here?
No, an X-ray, a scan, body X-ray.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem.
Yes, no problem. You could scan, no problem.
I'm thinking now it's probably more likely to be an immigration issue. So we're going to do a quick SOP on him, a quick scan, just to make sure there's nothing, and then take him back to immigration.
In a few minutes, any goods the passenger may be hiding on his body will be revealed. It's not just passengers that the border agency search for drugs. In the freight terminal, an illegal concealment has been found in some packages from South America.
Okay, what we have here is a courier package. It's coming from, appears to be a private individual going to a company in London. 3 old books in total. Pages have been glued together and hollowed out to reveal a package of cocaine.
A field test is conducted to confirm the substance definitely is cocaine.
Some cocaine out. Should go a lovely turquoise colour. Oh, there we go. This concealment is a bit of an old-fashioned one, really. I haven't seen this for quite a while. I mean, we've got about 2.5 to 3 kilos of cocaine.
But something else has been found amongst the packages.
They've done a letter to try and give it some credibility. Dear Stephen, things here are very difficult anyway. We keep working and trying to survive. The other 15 books you asked me, I'm searching for them. Greeting to Tony and Steffi. Big hug. And as long as I find the other books, I'll be sending them to you. So maybe they'll have another go.
It's a seizure worth over £100,000.
Further inquiries will be made into the background of this, and consideration will be made whether it can be done under a controlled delivery, and see if anyone can be picked up, arrested and charged for the importation.
Back at Gatwick's North Terminal, officers speaking to a passenger from Nicaragua have discovered another reason to doubt the legitimacy of his visit to the UK.
Who's Giselle McCoy then? Who is Giselle? Giselle, is it? McCoy?
It's like something in work.
Whose is it?
Find it, I don't know.
You found them?
Yeah.
That's not really an explanation, is it?
There's a crime here?
There's a crime anywhere in the world.
No.
They're not your credit cards.
Like, for example, if somebody finds my credit card, he cannot use it. My bank won't pay it.
If someone finds your credit card, they can use it.
No, they cannot. My bank...
You haven't come up and given me a reasonable explanation as to why you have 3 credit cards and named somebody else. Okay.
With more holes in the man's story, it's hoped that a body search will provide some answers.
Just going to do a quick search person. We need to search you. Make sure you're not carrying anything you shouldn't be, okay? No, here. We're going to search you here.
The passenger reveals that he's already been subjected to a body search at the start of his journey in Jamaica, as they too thought he was suspicious.
It's only going to be a rub down. I'm just going to rub your body down, okay? Just make sure you haven't got anything on you.
Yeah.
And if you pass me your shoes.
A routine swab test will be done on his shoes, but officers are more concerned by what they've already found.
He's got 3 credit cards in the name of another lady, and he can't come up with any explanation as to why he's got them. And he's pretty much refusing to answer as to why he's got them as well. He just keeps saying he's found them, and then he said he knew the woman. So it's negative.
A negative reading suggests he's not carrying any packages, but his story is suspicious enough to put him through the X-ray.
Just stand facing that way when I say go. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Breathe out.
Despite the man's nervous behaviour, as the scanned images come through, it's clear he's no drug smuggler.
Can't see anything now, can you?
No. I'd say it's clear.
Okay, that's clear. We're going to take you back upstairs to the immigration officer now, okay? So I'm going to hold on to this in the meantime, all right? And hand it to them to look at.
With nothing found on the scan, the man is escorted back to immigration. He was eventually denied entry into the UK and was deported back to Jamaica the following day. The Trinidadian student who smuggled drugs inside his body eventually passed 62 packages and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, in Gatwick, one man's nerves seem to give the game away.
So you had no problem doing an X-ray? Yeah.
On a flight from Malaga, one passenger seems to have forgotten who he's travelling with.
Travelling by yourself today? Just yourself, is it? Who's this?
And in Birmingham, Officer Mike pulls over one unhappy customer.
I'm going to have a look. I'm not happy what you're doing right now.
Well, that's fine. If you're not happy, sir.
Honestly.
If you're not happy,
Really
there's
not
a complaints procedure.
Gatwick Airport, a flight has just landed from Bridgetown in Barbados, a popular transit route for drug smugglers. The body language of one passenger has caught the eye of officers. He's been acting nervously since coming through immigration, so he's pulled over to answer a few questions.
How long ago did you book the trip?
Trip?
Yeah.
To Barbados?
Yeah.
I planned it about a month ago. I bought the ticket early last week. I bought the travel.
So did you go from Canada to?
To Barbados. Yeah, I went from there. But I figured it's better to go there first and go all the way back. It just makes sense.
A quick search of the man's suitcase has revealed nothing suspicious, but his animated and nervous behaviour is causing great concern.
So, have you used any cocaine while you've been away?
No, I haven't.
So if we do an X-ray of you, there'll be no cocaine in your system. Then you'll have no packages. You sure? So you'll have no problem doing an X-ray?
Have to do an X-ray?
Yeah. You got a package of cocaine inside you?
I have no packages.
Are you sure about this?
Sure.
Yeah?
But the man's answers aren't convincing, and he started to sweat noticeably. A swab test of his suitcase is carried out for any traces of drugs. The machine gives an extremely high reading for the presence of cocaine. As the circumstances become even more suspicious, officers escort the man to a private interview room for questioning. Here they hope he may confess to being a drug smuggler.
You can't stop talking. You look as nervous as anything. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, go on.
I think you may have drugs inside you, or on your person. Okay?
He's basically done a couple of iron tracks and they've come up quite high. He suspects that it may be internal concealment. So he's just arrested him now, and then I dare say, providing we get acceptance from him, that we'll body scan him just to check that he's clear.
Smugglers carrying packages internally often secrete traces of drugs through the sweat in their shoes. A swab test is conducted for any further hits of cocaine. And another very high reading for cocaine causes more concern, giving officers a good reason to put the passenger through a full-body X-ray. It's a busy morning at Bristol Airport. Passengers have arrived back from Malaga and are waiting in baggage reclaim for their luggage. Officers have been X-raying suitcases coming off the flight and have identified a number of bags carrying large quantities of tobacco. Officer Brandon spots the first bag being collected by a male passenger and moves into position to intercept him in the customs channels.
Hello there, sir. Customs. So you come through travelling by yourself today?
Yes.
Just yourself, is it? Okay.
Tobacco products purchased in Spain are only allowed to enter the UK if they're for personal use.
Have you ever been stopped by customs before? No. Have you purchased any excise goods whilst you've been away? Cigarettes, tobacco, anything like that? Okay. How much tobacco have you got?
As the passenger struggles with the padlock on his bag, Officer Erica has been looking at the passenger list for the flight.
Are you travelling with anyone else at all? Or? No?
But she knows this isn't true. The man is travelling with his wife and he faces an uncomfortable reunion.
Excuse me, madam, have you got your passport at all?
Me. Husband's going.
Your husband's got it? So you're travelling with your husband? Yeah. Right, okay, if you can step with us, we've just pulled him in a second.
Who's your tobacco for then?
I smoke to myself.
Is that your husband there?
Two lads, they smoke as well.
Right.
Right, okay. When did you last travel abroad?
4 weeks ago.
Who's this?
My wife's there.
Oh, how do you manage to travel alone then and all of a sudden your wife's here? Did you not know you were both flying at the same time?
No, it was like that though, when you stopped me.
Right.
But I asked you again, you still said you weren't travelling with anyone.
Right, bear me a moment, okay?
Brandon decides to run some background checks. The man has been stopped by customs in the past, meaning he's lied more than once.
He doesn't know the combination for his case. He said he's not been stopped by customs on a previous occasion, which obviously is a lie again. There's got to be reasons. There's casting a lot of doubt in my mind. We'll have a look what he's got in there, and we'll take things from there. Oh, you got it off, did you?
The man must prove his tobacco products are for personal use. But given he's lied twice already, Brandon is less inclined to believe anything he has to say.
What kind of goods do you have there?
If they fail to convince officers that the tobacco is only for themselves, they face having all of their goods seized. In Gatwick, officers are about to X-ray a nervous Canadian man who they suspect is trying to smuggle drugs inside his body. A swab test has been conducted on the passenger's shoes, and due to the extremely high reading for cocaine, he's been led away for a full-body X-ray. This isn't helping his nervous behaviour.
Right.
Is this a consent?
Yeah, because you're taking our X-ray.
Yeah.
We need your consent to say that you'll do it for us.
Well, I'm not going to give you my consent. I think this is a load of crap.
Okay, well what happens then if you don't do the X-ray? You stay with us until you've produced 2 clear bowel movements, however long that may take.
If you don't want to, that's fine. We'll just take you downstairs, get you custodised, put you in a cell in a white suit, and we'll wait there till you've moved your bowels twice to show there's no packages there. Or we can do it now by doing an X-ray. You're cool.
The man's options are limited. They'll find out one way or another whether he's swallowed any drugs.
Right, now what you need to do, this conveyor belt's going to move, yeah? You're going to stand on it. You need to stand on it as I'm standing on it, nice and straight, yeah? Arms by his side, nice and still. And breathe out slowly, yeah? Until your lungs are empty and hold.
With the net closing in, officers try to get him to confess.
How many packages you got?
What?
Cocaine inside you.
No.
Huh?
Incredibly, he's still denying it. But the X-ray images confirm their suspicions that he's stuffed with packages. The man is led away to the airport's custody suite.
Let us know immediately if you feel unwell. Hello.
He kept pleading his innocence, but after a week and a half in custody, he eventually went to the toilet and produced 36 packages of cocaine with a street value of over £30,000. Back at Bristol, an elderly couple are trying to prove that a large quantity of cigarettes and tobacco purchased in Spain is for their personal use only and not illegal resale.
So no papers, no filters, no smoking tin? Nothing? What about yourself? Do you have anything like that? You just smoke cigarettes, okay? With the fingers, and there's no odour, no tobacco odour from them. I'm quite convinced that they're non-smokers. Do you want to come and take
The
a seat
officers
in the
decide to
room
take
over
the
here?
couple away for further questioning.
No, you stay separate. I'll get you a seat now.
They'll be interviewed separately to see if their stories are the same.
If they're telling lies, then it's very rare that they'll have the same story, unless they're well rehearsed. But I doubt that is the case.
During the interviews, it's revealed that the couple regularly buy tobacco abroad for themselves and their sons.
How does that work? Do they tell you how much they want, or do you charge them for the quantity you give them when you get back?
I pay the bill, you see, and you split it 3 ways, whatever it was.
But receiving money for goods is an offence, even if it's from family members.
Bought it for Christmas presents mostly, for the children, grandchildren.
So why did you lie about travelling with your wife?
As I say, it was just news, I don't know why I said it.
As Brandon and Erica compare notes, there's some inconsistencies in their stories.
His wife basically is giving a different story, painting a different picture really of where the goods are going and how much they've brought back on a previous occasion. He's also receiving money for 2/3 of the goods. I believe there's enough grounds to make a sort of viable seizure. I'm not satisfied the goods are for yourselves, and there's a commercial element involved, all right? And the goods will be seized from you on this occasion.
Reluctantly, the couple sign papers to confirm that their tobacco is all being seized. They'll have 30 days in which to appeal the seizure, but for now, they're leaving empty-handed. Coming up, one man stopped at Gatwick yet again.
Yeah, I've stopped him before. And when we did the iron track, it was the highest I've ever seen.
Coming up, in Birmingham, Officer Mike gets some job advice.
I don't tell you what to do for your job, you please don't tell me what to do for mine, and then we'll get on just fine, won't we?
At Gatwick Airport, a plane has just touched down from Amsterdam, and border agency officers are observing passengers as they disembark the flight. In immigration control, officers have been alerted to a Dutchman entering the country.
What you can do is just go around to the bench here, or just have a quick look inside your bag.
It seems this is not the first time the man has been stopped.
We saw this guy a couple of months ago. He's a frequent traveller to the UK. When he's intercepted, he comes up with a different reason for travel each time. He comes up with a different background story each time. For some reason, he doesn't want to tell us exactly what he's doing.
Okay, now you told me that you wanted to come and live in the UK.
Yeah.
Yes? Is that what your trip is all about? You're coming over here?
Yeah, because I want to find that out if I like it, but I want to find that out if I really like it to stay here. You know?
Okay, but you're not staying very long to try and find out, you know, been here.
Yeah, because I come here a couple of times.
You don't have much baggage with you?
Yes, I don't come for one week.
But there's good reason to be suspicious.
I've stopped him before, and he had a laptop case. And when we did the iron track on the laptop case, it gave us the highest I've ever seen. And he was very inconsistent with his story at the time. So we body scanned him, we x-rayed him at the hospital, that was all negative, and we had nowhere else to go, we had to let him go.
Having found massively high traces of drugs on the passenger in the past, officers must again rule out the possibility that he may be carrying drugs this time.
You know, I was asking you upstairs about the stamps you have in here for the Dutch Antilles that you went to earlier in the year. You told me you went there on vacation. Did you go on vacation with your wife and children to the Dutch Antilles? Where did you stay?
Family. My family.
You've got family out there. You're a busy person. When do you find time to work? Just take a seat. I'll be back in a moment.
With large quantities of drugs entering the UK from South America and the Caribbean, Sarah needs to make sure his links with the Dutch Antilles are legitimate.
From what I can make out, he actually missed the flight yesterday, so he's come in today. He's going home again tonight. He's saying that he just wants to come over here to see what it's like to live in the UK. But I'm not really very happy with what he's telling me. I'm not really very happy with... You know, he says he works in a shop, in a magazine section of a shop out the back. He doesn't actually sell magazines to the public. But he's got... His clothing is quite expensive, and I don't know, something's not hanging together right here.
It's the busiest part of the day at Birmingham Airport, as a number of flights arrive during the lunchtime rush hour. As passengers head for the exit, officers spot a lone male passenger who's been identified as starting his journey in Morocco. Officer Mike pulls him over to ask a few questions.
Are you French, English, Moroccan? English.
British.
Yeah, yeah, obviously you can't say English anymore. So where's Kenitra? Is that Morocco? Yeah. Is that the ancestral... How long have you been out there?
10 days.
Was that a holiday? Yeah. And who were you visiting?
What?
Who were you visiting?
From the man's demeanour, it seems he's less than happy about being stopped.
Parents, yeah. So what do you do in the UK?
Security.
Yeah, what sort of security? Building security, door security?
Not door security, it's obviously retail security. No?
Retail security. Yeah. Okay. Just bear with me, I'm going to have a quick look through your bag. If you pop it on there for me, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, you've got to go somewhere, sir, but we'll do this as quick as we can. That's what you believe.
The man's anger at being stopped creates more suspicion that he has something to hide.
So where are you off to then? Where are you off to? Where are you off to now? Sorry? You just want to go home? Where's home? Sorry?
If you open it again, please, like the same.
Well, I'll do my best, but you know, if you're not happy the way we do it, then you can sort it out for yourself, can't you?
What do you mean I sort out myself?
Well, I'll open it the best that I can. If you want to, do you want to unwrap it for me?
You know why? Listen to me.
Do you want to unwrap it so you can wrap it back up how you want, or do you want me to just cut it open? I'm happy for you to unwrap it.
You can use machines.
That's.
I'm going to have a look. I'm not happy what you're doing right now.
Well, that's fine. If you're not happy, sir.
Honestly.
If you're not happy, there's a complaints procedure you can follow after we've done this.
I need to talk to somebody you see.
Well, no. At the moment, we're going to look in this box, all right? Now, do you want me to cut it open?
I don't want the camera, please. All right. Second the piece.
Yeah, but
the machine. You don't have to open it.
Listen, I don't tell you what to do for your job. You please don't tell me what to do for mine, and then we'll get on just fine, won't we?
With the man's attitude, it's going to take Mike a while to properly search his bags. In Gatwick, officers are still probing the Dutchman with an inconsistent story. His passport shows he's made multiple trips in a short period of time, and they don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
I'm not happy, but at the same time I can't persecute the guy.
No, you can't.
A swab test is conducted on his bag for any traces of drugs.
So, just going to see if I can get any readings from the bag here.
And a positive reading for cocaine leaves Officer Sarah with yet more questions.
Have you got a hit off his bag?
Yes.
How high?
1.96.
No, not as high as last time.
Oh, was it high?
What did you say he does for a job?
He works in a magazine section behind a shop.
See, last time he said he was involved in his family gold business.
Oh, really? No, there's been no mention of the family gold business. I'll go and investigate further about his job. How long have you worked in this warehouse stroke shop?
5 years. Also for somebody home, like where you have a house, painting, put the floor.
Oh, okay.
The inconsistent job history, along with the lack of evidence, is beginning to frustrate.
I don't want to persecute the guy, but at the same time, there is a lot of stuff that's not adding up.
What we will do is search him to see if we can find anything on his person, any papers, large sums of cash, anything at all, which could indicate the real reason for his travel to the UK, which obviously he doesn't want to tell us about.
I'm really not very happy about some of the things that you've said to me today. You're not here for very long, so for that reason, I've had a search authorised. So some male officers here are going to take you into the room, away from the public view, and they'll just give you a rub-down search, okay?
Whilst hoping they may find some concrete evidence to explain the man's suspicious story, it doesn't take long to make a decision.
Okay.
Nothing found
All
means he's free to go.
If you just grab your bag,
Yeah.
and then just make your way through to the exit. Good luck to you in finding a job and working out where you want to live. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
It's an inexplicable outcome for the officers.
His story, his reasons for being here are unbelievably vague. Doesn't really all add up. Who knows?
In Birmingham, Officer Mike is still searching the bags of the disgruntled passenger who started his journey in Morocco.
What's this?
This is drugs.
Sorry?
Check.
Will you tell me what it is before I get there? You tell me you know what's in the bag.
It's kind of sweet.
What's that one do?
Huh?
What's that for?
This?
Yeah.
Medication.
For what?
For headache.
For a headache?
Someone took this drink.
The man's nonchalant answers are proving just as much of a headache for Mike.
What's that off? What is it? It's your nationality, is it? Who's the other fella? You don't know.
Having found nothing of significance in the man's bag, his shoes are swab tested for any traces of drugs.
I'll just swab the shoes feel a little heavy, and I'll just swab the inside of them to see if we've got a trace reading. As you can see, there's a small trace reading for heroin. Just going to pop them through the x-ray now.
Heroin use is widespread in Morocco, and Mike is concerned that the passenger may be concealing the drug in his shoes.
Now to be honest, that looks exactly what I'd expect to see. Looks fine. Okay, so thanks for your patience. You can start putting that back if you want to. Well, you can repack it if you want to. I mean, it's the legal obligation is passengers are legally obliged to open and repack their baggage when requested to do so. Just speeds things up for you. I know you're in a rush.
The man is clearly unhappy about the whole incident. Searching passengers and their luggage is part and parcel of the UK Border Agency's role. It's a necessary process, and for the officers, courtesy goes a long way.
There you go. Thanks for your time and your patience. We're very well aware that the majority of people are perfectly innocent travellers going about their normal day-to-day life. The guilty don't wear labels, and it can make our job a lot easier if people are compliant and pleasant with us rather than perhaps trying to see things that aren't there.
The nervous Canadian man who swallowed 36 packages of cocaine pleaded guilty to smuggling drugs and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, in Bristol, Polish cigarette smugglers caught being careless end up carless.
This vehicle is also seized.
I need my card.
In Birmingham, a Chinese man carrying £3,000 seems to be lying about his wages.
Every week you get 200. 200. Right, that's only 800 a month.
And in Gatwick, one couple's Jamaican holiday ends on a high.
It's very, very high. We need to look at this a bit more, I think.
At Bristol Airport, holidaymakers have just returned home from Arrecife in Lanzarote. The Canary Islands are outside of the EU for tax purposes, and there are tight restrictions on duty-free goods coming into the country. Officers are using X-ray machines to find any bags that have exceeded these limits. 3 suitcases appear to be full of cigarettes, so officers wait in the baggage hall to see if the owners will declare the goods.
Looking at the Arrecife flight, which is non-EU, so there is an allowance, 200 cigarettes, 250 grams of tobacco per adult, and we'll see if anything transpires.
Officers believe that the cigarettes they found are likely to be sold illegally. They suspect the people carrying them may not be the only ones involved.
Oh, you take them, huh?
So instead of pulling them over, they'll be followed. 2 women appear with the suspect cases, and, as anticipated, they walk straight through the nothing to declare channel. Officers follow close behind, and once outside, the women are joined by a male accomplice. As the passengers load their bags into a waiting car, officers run to intercept them. A quick look in the first case shows it's full of cigarettes.
Okay, car keys? Sorry? Keys? Yeah. Thank you.
And as the other 2 cases are opened, they too are stuffed to the brim with cigarettes.
At the moment, these cigarettes are all seized, alright? You understand that? Confiscated? Yes. Okay. At the moment, this vehicle is also seized. We keep the vehicle. Do you understand that?
Why?
Because the cigarettes were in the vehicle.
I need my car.
Okay, well, you have to sort that out later, but at the moment it's seized, right?
I'm only driver. These people rental me. I need my car.
What we're saying is you've used this vehicle to transport the goods. We saw them in the vehicle, and that's why it's seized.
What inside the bag? What inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have cigarettes in your
All
bag?
out inside.
Yeah,
They all go inside. Yeah?
It may sound harsh, but the car will remain seized until they've got to the bottom of the suspected smuggling ring. At Gatwick Airport, flights arrive on a daily basis from the Caribbean. Officers use sniffer dogs to find traces of drugs being imported illegally from countries with strong links to the drugs trade. If the dog makes a positive indication, passengers are pulled aside in the customs channels so they can be searched further. One such passenger is a young male who's returning from a holiday with his girlfriend.
You packed everything yourself, yeah? Yeah. Does anybody ask you to carry any goods through?
That's it.
Okay. You have food in your bag?
No, I had this in my bag.
Sorry?
I had this in my bag, yeah. There's nothing in it, just that parts.
The man produces a small cannabis pipe. An officer suspects he's a drug user. The passengers open up about the drugs they've encountered, but their suitcase is swabbed for any traces. Despite proclaiming their innocence, the results from the drug swab test are alarmingly high.
It's very, very high. We need to look at this a bit more, I think.
It's starting to get a little...
That's the one that the dog showed interest in as well.
He's starting to get a little antsy about it.
Okay, this guy's really leave that.
Ask him if he's been using them out there.
Yeah.
Just do another one in the in another area in the same sort of bag.
In the same bag?
Yeah.
They're showing a very high reading for drugs at the moment. Have you? No. Okay. I'm not saying you have. Okay, but have you been smoking anything, or?
Well,
it's probably best to declare at this moment.
My mates do when I'm back at home, but I don't.
Yeah, you don't personally.
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
So did you try anything while you're out there?
No, I'm telling you, lot.
The bag is swabbed again in a different place to see if the readings are consistently high. This time, there's a small trace reading for cocaine and heroin.
Have you been through the bag at all?
Basic, so I haven't gone through every single item, as in really scrutinised it.
Yeah, I'll take him in for a rub down, see how you go.
Officers decide to take their search to the next level to see if he's got any drugs on his body. Back at Bristol, officers are busy emptying 3 suitcases filled entirely with cigarettes smuggled into the UK from Lanzarote. The passengers have been informed that the cigarettes and the vehicle being used to carry the cigarettes are being seized. The driver, who claims he's just collecting his friends and knows nothing of the suspected cigarette smuggling ring, is taken into a private room for questioning.
So who are these for?
This is mine.
For you? You smoke all of it?
Yes, I smoke.
Your friends smoke?
Yes.
Yeah.
But officers don't believe that this many cigarettes are for personal consumption only.
How many do you reckon we've got altogether, roughly? Please.
We've got to be talking 30, 40,000.
The passengers are questioned separately to try and establish more information about the suspected smuggling ring.
Did you buy it? You bought it. Okay. Did you go? Did you go just to buy cigarettes?
No.
No.
Holiday.
For one day.
2 days.
2 days. One night. Yeah.
The one gentleman with the red jacket, he seems to be the money man in this organisation.
So you just carry the cigarettes through for me?
Okay.
That's fine. I have done it because I am a secret. I needed the money, so you did it for the money. Okay, it's alright.
I don't know where she buying when.
You don't know who she's buying them for? No?
All of the passengers' stories seem to contradict each other.
He knew there was fags in those cases because when we went out and he couldn't say to us following him, he separated as if to say, "Whoa."
Outside of the European Union, passengers are allowed to bring back a strict allowance of just 200 cigarettes.
Cigarettes are gone, okay? Seized.
You take it.
Yeah, you are over your allowance, you're not allowed any of them. No. This tells you how you can appeal, but it's up to you whether you...
I'm not reading.
You're not reading it? No? Well, that's up to you.
The man's reluctance to read the appeal procedure reinforces officers' suspicions that the cigarettes were intended to be sold. Both men leave their supposed friends behind. They'll have to find an alternative way home, since their car remains seized.
From this particular time, the action is just limited to seizure, but if they're caught repeatedly, it might be a bit more serious next time.
The female passengers also leave the airport empty-handed, and the massive haul of 37,000 cigarettes will be sent for incineration. Back at Gatwick, officers investigating a male passenger whose suitcase has given a high reading for cocaine are about to take him for a rub-down search.
Okay, basically, as you can see,
I
just wanted to explain you, so you can see everything's being done above board. Basically, like I said, he's showing signs of drugs, but that doesn't mean to say you've got it. It's a very, very sensitive swab. Okay. The dog has also shown an indication in you.
Right.
Okay. So what we want to do now is to bring you in for a search. Okay. Which we have to carry on. Okay.
The man is led to a private room where he admits he's been stopped before.
I got stopped on the way out as well. He stopped me for 10 minutes, spoke to me, that was it.
Despite a thorough search, he's not found to be carrying any drugs. So officers try another check on his shoes. Meanwhile, the man's partner continues talking to officers and confesses that her boyfriend has been known to use drugs in the past. But no further traces of drugs are found from the shoes, and officers are happy he's not a smuggler.
Right, that's okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, do you like to say it's all done like that?
No, I ain't bothered.
Have you, just for my benefit, what you do is entirely up to you, but have you done a bit of gear, a bit of Charlie, anything like that?
No, I can't. No, I've just had a medical about 3 months ago.
Right.
Back, so I can't.
Right, okay. He was rubbed down and searched. There was nothing on him of customs interest, nothing that would indicate any further drugs on his body or anything like that. He said he recently had a medical, which he said he doesn't use drugs at all. So from our point of view, we're quite happy for him to proceed.
The traces in the man's bag are put down to contamination, and the couple are free to leave. Coming up, one couple's behaviour leaves unanswered questions.
Actually very, very nervous. There was a change in the booking of the tickets. He was unemployed, and how did he afford a holiday like that?
Coming up, one man in Birmingham with lots of cash is suspected of lying about his income.
Every week you get 200.
200.
Right, that's only 800 a month.
At Gatwick Airport, UK border agency officers are observing passengers who've just arrived from Kingston in Jamaica.
Just nice and slowly past the dog, please. Bags down off the shoulders.
As drug detection dogs assess the travellers, officers have been drawn to a couple who've been behaving suspiciously.
Thank you.
At the immigration desk, the woman in white is asked to remove her sunglasses for passport verification. Her partner in the red shirt at the desk next to her is allowed to proceed. Eventually, she too is allowed through. But Officer Chris has reasons to doubt they're legitimate travellers.
The fact they changed their date of return to come back by a week, to us they look quite nervous. Down at immigration, they acted very sort of strange. They sort of try going the wrong exit.
The couple separate as they exit the baggage reclaim area. Typical behaviour of passengers with something to hide.
Two of you together? Yeah. Have you got your passports and tickets? How long have you been out there for?
17, 18 days.
Holiday? Well, back to work tomorrow now, is it, or what?
I wish. No, got made redundant last year. So.
Okay. What was you doing?
Building supplies.
Okay, and how about you?
I'm just stay-at-home mum.
A holiday in the Caribbean is an expensive outlay for a couple who aren't working. Suspicion grows that they could be hiding the real reason for that trip.
All right, you packed your own bags?
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody's given you anything to bring back at all, have they? Okay, let's have a good look at your bags anyway.
But it seems the man doesn't want his case to be searched.
I don't think I've got the key in that one for us.
Oh, right, how come you've got the key?
Yeah.
If the keys aren't found by the time the other suitcase has been searched, the padlock will be forcibly removed.
Not that good.
A small trace of cocaine is detected from the first suitcase. So Officer Pete decides to remove the padlock from the other one. Surprisingly, it's almost empty.
Let's go to X-ray this bag, okay?
He just looks nervous.
This is so light. They're acting so nervous.
The bag is checked for any hidden concealments.
Doesn't look that promising either, does it?
Nothing in the bag that we can find, but the things like they didn't have the lock for their padlock was a bit unusual. The fact where they've come from as well just gives us grounds to go to the next sort of level of the search.
With no concrete evidence found on the couple so far, for now, their story remains a mystery. At Birmingham Airport, a number of flights are about to depart for destinations around the world. Officers are monitoring passengers in departure lounges and checking for large quantities of cash. Passengers leaving the country must declare any quantity of cash over 10,000 euros, and officers are interested in questioning passengers carrying anything over 1,000 euros. Large quantities of cash leaving the country is often linked to organised crime. so sniffer dogs are deployed to make initial detections on passengers.
How long are you going to China for?
About a week.
About a week.
See my granddad.
One passenger travelling to China has been pulled over for questioning after confessing to carrying a few £1,000s.
So it's just a pleasure trip, it's not a business trip?
Sorry?
It's not a business trip, it's just pleasure?
No.
Yeah. Why are you taking £3,000 for the week?
You know, my granddad's ill now, and then he could die.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Right, okay. How much money have you put in the suitcases on the aeroplane?
I think it's a few hundred.
A few hundred,
Yeah.
okay.
With more cash in his checked-in suitcase, the officer asks to have this removed from the flight so it can also be checked.
I need the bags off for this guy. So, how much do you earn a month?
How much a month?
Yeah.
Let me check it out.
You must know.
2,000 exactly, I think it's
2,000 exactly.
about 2,500. Also, I ran the business for somebody.
So you rent a business for somebody, so you have an additional income that way?
I got a 2 limit.
Yeah. We're asking now specifically about your rental income.
Rental income?
Yeah, you said you had rental income as well.
I can't say exactly because I got an accounting.
So if you're providing the accountant the figures, you would know how much you were earning?
Every month I got 200.
You get 200?
Yeah,
I thought you said
about
2,500.
Sorry, every week, sorry.
Every week you get 200?
Every week 200.
Right, that's only 800 a month.
The man seems to be confused about his finances.
Just stay with your money just now, sir. I'm going to make some calls and check something. I'll be right back to you, okay? Just watch your money.
The officer suspects that deliberately or otherwise, he may not be paying his taxes. Back at Gatwick, officers are continuing to investigate a couple who've been acting nervously since arriving back in the UK from Jamaica.
How did you finance the trip?
Hard saving.
This remains doubtful given neither of the couple currently work.
This is our reward for putting through this year.
Right, okay.
The questioning starts to make the man defensive.
Yeah, it's an expensive trip for somebody who's not working, okay? Unfortunately, I understand that.
But it's not just here the couple have aroused suspicion.
Searched in Jamaica,
That's quite ironic actually. We've had this treatment both ends so far.
All right.
don't know why we're in
We almost missed a flight.
Okay. I'm afraid I will have to ask for rub-down searches on both of you anyway, okay?
Now we're going to go to the search of person. If we don't find anything in there, we find sort of additional factors from the search, we'll think again about what we're going to do.
Both passengers are taken to separate rooms and searched individually to see if they're carrying any drugs on their bodies.
I'm just trying to see if there's any traces in the shoes to establish if she's a swimmer.
If passengers are carrying drugs internally, traces are often excreted through the sweat glands in feet.
That seems to be the green colour.
The woman's shoes come back clear. With no hard evidence found on her, she's released to await the outcome of her partner.
Who's going to pat you down, basically? Okay. Can I see you hold your feet there as well? I think we're just about done.
Surprisingly, nothing is found on the male passenger either. Despite their erratic behaviour and very unusual story, the couple are free to go.
They're actually very, very nervous. They were marching up and down left, right and centre. There was a change in the booking of the tickets. He was unemployed, and how did he afford a holiday like that with no job?
Although their conduct still remains suspicious, Officer Pete has no option but to accept their version of events.
Don't know what it was about, but as he said, it was a holiday to celebrate being unemployed, and that was it. In
Birmingham, Officers are investigating a suspected tax evader who's trying to take more than £3,000 in cash out to China.
I'll just tell you what's happening just now, sir. Because you've got more than £1,000 in cash, customs investigate the source of the cash. Now, as long as your money comes from a legitimate source, the money will be returned to you. Now, just let me finish, right? The officer's going back to do some checks just now with the tax office to see how much you've declared over the last 3 years. So, in your suitcase downstairs, we're bringing that up just now. How much do you think you've brought in there? Be honest with me.
300 to 500.
Is that all you've got in there? Right, okay.
The man's checked-in suitcase has been retrieved. Officers will exhaust every avenue to check his story.
Did you pack this bag yourself, sir? Did you pack everything in the bag? Does it belong to you?
Yes.
Are you carrying anything for anybody else today? No.
More checks are conducted to confirm how much income tax the man has paid from his restaurant business.
I'm going to go and check what his earnings are, okay?
With just minutes before the man's flight is due to depart, officers will have to make a very quick decision about whether to let the man leave the country with his cash.
You told me you were a director of a limited company?
Yeah, two limited.
Yeah, and you say you earn 2,500 roughly a month?
Paid electricity £6.
Once again, the officer works out the passenger's outgoings. They don't seem to tally with what he's declared to the tax office.
We've got you declared your total income of 16,334.
16,000?
Yeah. Now, if you're saying you only earn £16,000 a year, you told me you get paid at least £800 a month from the other restaurant, okay? So that's going to take you right up to 22 grand right away.
You do a long bit.
It seems there's a big discrepancy with the man's finances. If he's to catch his flight, there's no time to argue.
Yeah, mate, what's going on with this? We need to make a decision ASAP.
Stand by.
The man gets a lucky escape.
What I'm going to do just now, sir, is I'm going to let you travel today because your flight's leaving imminently and I don't have time to do the additional checks I need to do. So I'm going to let you fly today, but I'm going to put a referral into the tax office because I believe you're not declaring the income. Put your stuff back in the case and fly today, sir, right? Okay? And that's it, finished today, okay?
Thank you.
No problem.
The man is fortunate to be allowed to leave the country with his cash, but he's likely to be in trouble with the tax office when he returns. The group of suspected cigarette smugglers in Bristol were required to pay the unpaid duty on their 37,000 cigarettes to get their car back. As yet, it remains unclaimed. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you.
Oh, dear me.
Coming up, an angry man causes some excitement at Birmingham Airport.
Like I say,
You guys getting excited for no reason, you know.
just calm
Don't
it.
get excited, man.
Don't look excited.
Could a woman from Trinidad and Tobago be carrying packages of drugs for a friend?
Has he forced you to bring anything here? Are you sure? Because now's the time to let me know.
And suspected cigarette smugglers from the Canary Islands play dumb to questioning in Bristol.
Where are you going back to now? Yeah, kind of guessed that a bit.
At Gatwick Airport, a flight has just touched down from Port of Spain in the Caribbean. UK Border Agency officers are out in force with the aid of drug detection dogs to stop illegal substances from being imported into the country.
Just lower your bag, please, for the dog.
While sniffer dogs assess the passenger's hand luggage, officers are on the lookout for behavioural indicators.
Hello, sir. Just a quick customs check. See your passport and ticket, please. Travelling with anybody else today? Thank you. What's the reason for your visit? Here on some other business too. What type of other business?
I'm out the market.
Right.
So I look at sourcing foreign use parts.
Right.
There are certain cars in Trinidad that parts are hard to come by, you know?
Yeah.
Especially older European vehicles.
Sniffer dog Jessie continues to check passengers coming off the flight, but the officer hasn't finished with the car mechanic just yet.
Because you know it's a customs controlled area, do you have anything to declare to customs today at all?
Well, I have my suitcase.
Yeah, you've got your suitcase as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Are these your bags?
Yeah.
Did you pack them yourself? So you're fully aware of the contents?
Yeah.
Has anybody asked you or forced you to bring anything into the country for them? No? You know it's legal to bring in drugs, weapons and things like that, yeah? Okay. And you know about your duty-free allowances?
Yeah.
Cigarette smoker. Okay, let's have a quick look through. Can you just take a step that way for me? Okay, thanks.
Officers have a very short window of opportunity to stop drug smugglers coming into the country. Intuition is vital in stopping suspicious passengers.
Feels like there's an area in here. I'm just going to cut into that. Okay? Yeah.
After tearing into the briefcase, it doesn't take long to make a significant discovery.
Just found what I suspect to be cocaine there. So I'm arresting you on suspicion of being involved in the importation of a controlled drug. So you don't have to say anything. It may harm your defence. If you don't mention when questioned, it's means later on in court. Anything you do say may be given as evidence. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Okay.
With the inner lining of the briefcase stuffed with a white powder, officers suspect they've intercepted a drug seizure worth thousands of pounds.
Just turn this one.
The passenger will now be detained and taken to the custody suite for further questioning. At Birmingham Airport, one of the daily flights from Dubai has just landed. As passengers collect their luggage from the reclaim area, Officer John is observing two men travelling together who separated as they came through immigration.
Yeah, it just brought his stuff out. I thought it was on the moon.
It's suspicious behaviour, so John decides to stop the first of the passengers as he comes through the customs channels.
Hello, sir. Where have you arrived from today, please? Dubai. Could I just see your passport, please? Okay, you're travelling by yourself today?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Just been away for holiday?
Yeah, just 6 days.
How long were you away for?
6, 7 days, man.
6, 7 days?
Yeah.
Visiting family?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, what family have you got?
Why ask? I would could be stopped already, man.
Yeah, and I'm just... Fortunately, this is the way we do things. Okay, hold on.
There's nothing in it, man.
No, don't open it yet. No, yeah, but I need to ask the questions first. So this is your bag, yeah?
Yeah, this is my bag.
Did you pack it yourself?
Yes.
Are you aware of the contents of the bag?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you carrying anything for anyone else?
No.
Okay, are you aware that there's certain things you can't bring into England?
Yes.
Such as controlled drugs?
Yes, man.
Firearms?
Yes.
Weapons?
Firearm, you know. Are you mad?
Weapons? Indecent obscene
Go
material?
on, man. Just open the bag, man. I want to go, man.
Listen, I'm asking the questions.
Oh,
okay,
man.
are you aware of your allowances that you're allowed to bring in, such as cigarettes and alcohol?
Yes.
So do you have anything to declare to customs?
Nothing at all, man.
Nothing at
Do
all?
your thing, man.
Okay, the sooner I do this, the sooner we can all finish, okay?
John becomes concerned by the man's aggressive nature and his claims that he's travelling alone.
Hello.
You could just stay off your phone for me as well, please. Okay, you need to look what I'm doing and you need to cut the phone call, okay? You need to cut the phone call. You can't have phones in the area.
Cool, man. Relax, man. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm relaxed, okay? And the sooner we get this done, the sooner you can be on your way.
Alright, man. Do your
okay?
thing, man. Do your thing.
Excellent.
I'm just wasting your time, man.
Not wasting anyone's time.
No, that's it. Put this on.
Yeah, put it on, help yourself.
As the man becomes more and more erratic, John suspects he may have something to hide.
There you go, look, I'm even folding them for you.
Who's asking you to fold them?
I know, I'm just trying to be pleasant, aren't
No one's
I?
asking
If
you to
I'm
fold
pleasant, you can be pleasant.
With every step of the search causing an argument, he may be here a long time.
Okay then, I'll just leave it there for you, can do what you like with it.
At Gatwick, the man arrested on suspicion of smuggling cocaine in a briefcase has been brought over to the airport's custody suite. Having been caught red-handed, he started changing his story.
When we took him to his cell, we said that the satchel was handed to him by somebody else at the airport. He was asked to bring that through. So this isn't his case. But then he already told me that it was his earlier on. Made the arrest because we found a package inside, which is in the front here, in the front wall, and in the back wall. Earlier on I cut into the front one. So what I'll do now is just remove some of that white powder with my knife. This goes blue. Yep, there we go, so it's gone blue, so that's positive. That should be cocaine.
With their suspicions confirmed, the drugs in the briefcase will now be assessed and weighed before the passenger's story is formally investigated.
There was only 5 envelopes in there. Now I've taken those out, it's still quite heavy. You can feel that the walls are quite wide. There's no need for them to be that wide. You can feel that there's something in there, front and back. The back section is quite well done though. With regards to stitching, you can't really see anything wrong with the stitching. It's just literally how thick it is. The courier himself, I don't know how much money he would have got. Maybe £1,000, £2,000 perhaps. But then the risk of getting caught, you know, losing out on all the money, it's quite high as well.
The briefcase was found to be carrying over 2.5 kilos of cocaine, with a value of more than £125,000. In Birmingham, Officer John is still searching the bags of the man who seems to have left his manners in Dubai.
What's in here?
Nothing much, man.
Nothing much? Tell me what it is.
It's flavour, man.
Flavoured.
Shisha, man.
Say again?
It's nothing. Open it, see for yourself.
The man is being deliberately vague about his tub containing shisha tobacco.
So what do? Do you eat it or drink it or? You chew it?
For flights outside the EU, passengers are allowed to carry just 250 grams of loose tobacco. The tub is 4 times the allowance.
So what is it like, sugar or tobacco?
But it's only one, isn't it? I'm allowed to carry one.
Yeah, I just wonder what else. I've never seen it before.
There's only one. I'm only carrying one.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it there for a second.
That's it, mate.
Nothing else?
No, nothing else.
You got anything in your pockets there?
No, you want to search me? I've already been searched. You want to search me again?
No, all I was asking you about your jeans pockets, that's all.
But despite his assurances that he's carrying nothing else, a further item is found in his suitcase.
Hey, what's that in there?
That's probably girl's food, isn't it? I brought the bag from a girl, innit? So it must be. What do you think it is?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
Paranoid.
With the man being evasive, John suspects he may have discovered an illegal substance.
Just don't say anything,
man,
okay?
That's Tampax, man. What the girls put on for their periods, man.
Okay, just like I say.
You guys getting excited for no reason, you know.
Just calm
Don't
it.
get excited, man.
Look, am I
That controlled drug.
Do I look excited?
Get out of here, man. I'm back. Yeah, that's cocaine, isn't it? That's cocaine.
That's what I can check, isn't it?
That's
That's what I
cocaine,
can check, okay?
That's not cocaine.
So I'm just going to go and check. So you stay here with this officer. Okay, keep calm and we'll be back out.
A sanitary towel is taken away to see if it's concealing drugs. Meanwhile, officers have intercepted the passenger's suspected travelling companion and confiscated more than 12 kilograms of loose tobacco.
Do you still want to complain, yeah?
Results on the sanitary towel show no traces of drugs.
Don't give it to me, man. It's cocaine in it. You keep it for souvenir side.
Officers suspect the man's performance may have been an unsuccessful distraction tactic to prevent his travelling companion from being stopped.
Just the type of character he was. Some people just don't like dealing with officials, and he was one of those. There you go, sir.
Yeah, man.
Thanks very much. Have a nice day.
Coming up.
It's come up as positive for contact with cocaine.
Is there an unsuspecting drug mule at Gatwick?
And she said one comment that got me a bit interested. She said, "Oh God, I hope he hasn't put anything in my bag."
Coming up, smugglers go bust in Bristol.
All right, well, I'll tell you the allowance is 200 cigarettes.
200?
That's what you're allowed to bring back. So I take it that you've got in excess of your allowance?
Yeah, I have that.
Gatwick is the second largest airport in the UK. And numerous flights land from the Caribbean every day.
Slow this one a little bit. Thank you.
Officers are observing passengers from a Trinidad and Tobago flight. And sniffer dog Lucy is using her sensitive nose to search for traces of drugs. A lone female passenger has caught the eye of officers, so she's pulled over in the customs channels to answer a few questions about her visit to the Caribbean.
Do you know anybody out in Trinidad and Tobago? Do you have friends out there?
I visited a friend there in Tobago.
Oh, right, okay, so you stayed with him or her?
Yeah,
Is it a lady or a man?
it's a man.
A man, okay, right. Okay, so you've come back, these are all your bags, are they? This and this here? You know everything that's in these bags, you pack them yourself? Do you know it's in...
But the woman starts to get upset because she's already had her bags searched in Trinidad and Tobago.
Did you pay for your trip yourself?
My friend paid for
Oh, your friend who lives out there, is it? Okay.
And I don't think he's a drug dealer.
Okay.
Officer John is immediately alarmed by the woman's last comment.
Do you use drugs or anything, or does your friend use drugs as far as you're aware?
What do you mean drugs?
Class A, what we call Class A, cocaine, heroin?
Never used any drugs.
That's great. Thank you for letting me know.
A swab test is carried out on the woman's suitcase.
Okay, won't be one moment.
The test will show whether the woman has come into contact with any drugs on her visit to the Caribbean.
It's come up as positive for contact with cocaine. So I'll ask the lady now, she can explain why that would be in her case. I'll just ask her a few more questions. Okay, madam, that machine test has come up positive for contact with cocaine. Is there any reason, as I say, ask again, do you use cocaine or does your friend use cocaine as far as you're aware?
The woman gets tearful, which raises John's suspicions even further.
But you don't use it, you're certain about that? Okay. Well, because of that, it means I do need to turn it out and have a quick look inside it, okay? Don't worry, don't get upset. Don't worry.
He put something in my bag.
Well, let's see. How long have you known your friend?
Not very long.
Okay. And how do you know him? From
I
where?
met him in London. He lived in London and he just moved there with a business and he looks like he's really having a business and he's a respected person. I don't know.
Okay.
Clearly, the woman doesn't know her male friend very well. John has further doubts about her story.
Has he forced you to bring anything here?
No.
Are you sure? Because now's the time to let me know.
He hasn't given me anything. Like, he hasn't told me anything to carry with him for him.
Right, just have a quick scan through the X-ray. It's just at the end of the hall there, so if you just wait for me and have a look what I'm doing, can you just stay there? She's tearful and she seems quite nervous. And she said one comment that got me a bit interested. She said, "Oh God, I hope he hasn't put anything in my bag," which is an odd thing for somebody to say.
The X-ray of the bag will show if the woman knows more than she's letting on. At Bristol Airport, holidaymakers have just arrived home from Fuerteventura. Although the Canary Islands are part of the European Union, passengers are strictly limited to bringing back no more than 200 cigarettes. A lone female passenger in a blue top has been observed acting nervously. Border agency officers decide to stop her as she passes through the customs channels.
Hello, madam. Where have you just come from?
Fuerteventura.
Fuerteventura. Just have a quick chat for a second. Are you travelling on your own?
Yes.
Yes, where are you going back to now? Is this all your luggage?
Yes.
You packed it yourself?
Yes.
Are you carrying anything for anybody else?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, you come down the green, nothing to declare channel. Do you understand what your allowances are?
About 3 you know.
All right, well, I'll tell you the allowance is 200 cigarettes.
200?
That's what you're allowed to bring back.
I thought you were bringing Spanish right back
No,
from Spain.
no. In Spain you can. Fuerteventura is not mainland Spain and is outside of the EU for tax purposes.
Right.
So you can only bring up 200 cigarettes or 250 grams of tobacco. So I take it that you've got in excess of your allowance?
Yeah, I have then, yeah.
Okay.
The woman admits exceeding her allowance, but Officer Mark wants to see how many cigarettes she's carrying.
So do you actually know how many cigarettes you have altogether, or are you not sure?
I don't know whether they've bought some on the way out, because you can't always get still cut. And I'm not sure they've still got any of them left.
Well, anything you buy on its way out loses its identity anyway, so it counts towards your allowance when you come back in again.
With over 800 cigarettes in her hand luggage, the woman's naivety towards the restrictions doesn't convince.
To be honest, it's the first time I've bought back any cigarettes for ages, you know? I think that's the World Cup time.
Have you got your passport on you there, please?
The suitcase is searched for any remaining cigarettes.
Thank you very much. If you just bear with me a second, I'm just going to do a couple of checks, okay? You can put the clothing back in if you want to, but not the cigarettes. I'll be back in a second.
Mark is pulled aside by a colleague searching another passenger. Suspiciously, her cigarettes are almost identical.
Odd. Where are you going back to now?
Home.
Yeah, kind of guessed that a bit. Where's home? Same area.
There's a whole crowd of women travelling together.
Oh,
this
right.
lady says the bag doesn't belong to her, but she's going to tell me that. I think she's carrying the bag.
Probably, yeah. It's same area.
Officers are starting to think there's a link between the passengers, but will have to investigate further. In Gatwick, a woman's suitcase is being x-rayed after it tested positive for the presence of cocaine.
The case doesn't appear to have any concealments in it, it's very light.
Nothing is found hidden in the suitcase, but Officer John isn't finished with the woman yet.
How come my bag is reading if there's anything in there?
Well, that's what's intrigued me. That's what's intrigued me.
The mystery behind the high cocaine trace means the search is taken to the next level.
Now, as I say, I've had a look in your bag. I'm satisfied there's nothing in there. I'm quite happy about that. But sometimes people do bring in drugs on their body or inside their body. And what I'd like to do is to do a search, check, my female colleague's going to do that, just to check to see that you're not carrying anything on your body. Because of the high reading and because of where you've come from, that's my concerns. Okay?
Despite the woman's tears, she's led away to have a strip search.
Right, if you just want to take a seat for a minute, because I've just got some forms and stuff to fill out, all right?
The woman's shoes are also taken away to be swab tested. Positive traces of drugs found from this test often suggest that the passenger is carrying drugs inside their body.
That's quite a low reading for cocaine on the shoe, not anywhere near what was in the bag. And where she's come from, Trinidad and Tobago, then that maybe isn't an unreasonable background contamination.
Nothing is found during the strip search, and John is happy she's not carrying anything illegal.
Thank you very much for your patience with us, all right? We're happy there that you've got nothing, so you're free to go on your way as soon as you're ready. Thank you. The strip search is very invasive. We wouldn't do that for no reason whatsoever. That's quite a big thing, and obviously she was quite upset by that. We're not going to do a body scan unless it actually is justified, and in this instance that wasn't warranted, so we didn't proceed to that. And I believe that she didn't have any prohibited or restricted goods on her this morning.
Back in Bristol, an investigation is underway into whether two suspected cigarette smugglers are linked.
That lady down there,
Yeah.
is that bag that she's carrying yours?
No.
It's not yours?
No, it's not.
And you say you're travelling on your own,
Yeah, I
are you?
am. We know each other.
Oh, you do know her?
Well, by sight sort of thing, you know, not on holiday with her.
All right, then, if you just bear with me anyway, just a few checks to do.
Officer Mark goes to check whether the woman has a history of smuggling goods.
So it was last year, Cardiff Airport. And 2006, so it must have been again from...
The database reveals the woman has had goods seized on more than one occasion.
Have you ever had problems with customs or border controls before? Have you had goods taken before? Seized?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, where was that or when was that?
Yeah.
Here? What, in Bristol?
Yeah.
Here?
I think.
But you don't know how long ago?
No, I don't.
Roughly?
No, I don't. So I just haven't bought any duty-free back for a long time.
But your goods seized last year?
Last year?
Yeah, at Cardiff Airport. 2,000 cigarettes.
Was it only last year?
It was, yes.
Well,
And at the time you had 2,000 cigarettes seized, so you must have known what the allowances were. You must have inquired why you'd taken my cigarettes from me.
I've been told that it's been, you know, that it's been changed now.
And who told you that?
we've got the people out there that we, you know, can buy cigarettes from in the shops.
You don't think they might have told you that to sort of sell you more cigarettes,
probably,
perhaps? But, I mean, I know it's a relatively small amount, but obviously you are 6 times over the limit, so...
No lesson.
Whatever the truth, the woman is having her cigarettes seized yet again.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a huge amount of cigarettes, but at the end of the day, she's got 6 times what is the allowance, and she's a previous offender. OK, those receipts from what I've had to take from you. And don't listen to what the people tell you in the shops. It's, all right then. Thank you for your time anyway. Cheerio. She knew the lady at the end down there that said that she wasn't travelling with her, and it begs the question, are they all travelling together and do all the goods belong to one person? But it doesn't matter because we've seized the goods anyway.
The passenger found with 2.5 kilos of cocaine in his briefcase pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, one man is confused as to who his bag belongs to.
This is your bag? This is your only bag?
He's just picked up this bag to walk through customs.
On an inbound flight from Madrid, one passenger seems to let his nerves get the better of him.
Do you want to sit down? Because you look like you're about to fall down.
I don't know why I'm nervous.
And one repeat smuggler gets his memory jogged.
Have you ever been stopped by customs before? Yeah. Okay. So obviously you should know them by now.
It's early morning at Gatwick Airport, and a flight has just arrived from Montego Bay in Jamaica, a place known to the UK Border Agency as a hotspot for the trade of illegal drugs.
Get them.
Vigilant officers have been using sniffer dogs to assess luggage from the flight, and they've identified a brown suitcase which they suspect contains illegal drugs. In the immigration hall, passengers are being observed as they come off the flight. One man with a white jacket and red shirt has been seen to be acting very nervously. As he waits at the luggage carousel for his suitcase, he appears to be getting more and more anxious. He spots the brown suitcase that's suspected of containing drugs, goes to pick it up, but quickly leaves it on the belt. As the brown suitcase comes past again, the man stares at it intently and seems unsure about whether to pick it up. He later leaves with someone else's red suitcase. But as he passes through the customs channels, he's stopped to answer a few questions.
How long have you been away for this? 4 weeks, yeah? What's the purpose of your Did you pay for your ticket yourself? I see, right, okay. Where are you off to from here? Where do you live? Croydon. Okay. This is your bag? This is your only bag? Yeah?
The officer checks the luggage tag with the man's travel ticket, which prompts him to have a change of heart.
Yeah, this is your bag. Do you know where your bag is? Okay, take that bag. Yeah?
The man is escorted back to the baggage hall to look for his real suitcase, but it's already been found. It's the same brown suitcase he was staring at on the carousel, and which is thought to contain drugs.
Okay, right, the time is now 11:26, okay, and we're listening to being involved in the importation of controlled drugs.
He's led away to a private interview room for further questioning.
Can you take some details just of that, and then we'll get rid of that, I think. I'm not sure it's got nothing to do with him.
I think it's a female's name.
Officers look inside the red suitcase to see who it might belong to.
I think he realised that people were sort of onto him possibly, and so what he's done is he's just picked up a random bag. He's taken the tags off of the bag which associates him to the other bag, and then he's just picked up this bag to walk through customs.
With the red suitcase on its way back to its rightful owner, officers can now concentrate on the contents of the man's real bag, which they strongly suspect contains illegal drugs. He's led away to the airport's custody suite, where the contents of his suitcase can be formally assessed. At Gatwick South Terminal, passengers have just landed from Madrid. In the immigration hall, officers are looking out for any signs of suspicious behaviour. Passengers who appear nervous will be pulled over in the customs channels. Officers will then check to ensure they're not carrying anything illegal. A Brazilian passenger from the Madrid flight has been spotted sweating profusely, so officers take him aside to search his suitcase.
Basically, he came through immigration. It was the usual sort of nervous, didn't really answer immigration's questions and that lot.
And how long are you going to be in the UK?
No, I'm leaving tonight.
Okay, going back to Brazil?
Yes, back to Brazil.
And you've travelled all over Europe, is that what?
I don't understand.
On this trip,
Okay.
you've been to lots of places, yes?
Yes, Barcelona, Madrid, Istanbul, and London.
Do you want to sit down? Because you look like you're about to fall down.
No, it's okay.
You're okay? All right, so I understand from listening to you in immigration that it was a business trip.
Okay, yes, it is.
Is that right?
Yes, I was with my representatives here and in Istanbul, Barcelona, and Madrid.
Just for meetings? Or
Yes,
what?
meetings, and of course some tourists too, okay? I don't know why I'm nervous. It's just because it never happened to me to be so questioned like as this time. Yes.
But you attend meetings all the time, yeah, for your
Yes.
job? So you must be familiar with travelling?
Yes,
and being
yes.
questioned by people?
Yes,
Yeah?
I
So
don't
why
know.
is it a problem now?
No reason for.
Okay. Calm down.
The man's anxiety leads the officer to doubt his story, so his bags will be thoroughly searched for any illicit items. Officer Fitz assists by swab testing his possessions to see if he's come into contact with any drugs. The swab is then taken for analysis using a machine that can detect even the tiniest traces.
Nothing on the iron trap.
This time, the swab test is clear, but the man's nervous behaviour is still alarming. His suitcase is x-rayed to check for unlawful concealments.
It's just like, why would you be that nervous? That's scary.
Was it his first time?
It's a regular traveller.
No, it's fine.
Nothing is found in his belongings, but officers want to check he's not hiding anything on his body.
It's a rub-down search. You understand?
We don't understand.
All right. I'm going to ask 2 male officers to take you to a private room and give you a rub-down search. Like you go, when you go through security and you get patted down.
No problem.
Yeah?
One way or another, they'll find out why he's so nervous.
With you, yeah?
I pack it.
At Gatwick's custody suite, the man who's been arrested on suspicion of importing a suitcase full of illegal drugs is being checked in. The brown suitcase he tried to ditch in the baggage hall is taken away to be examined.
The whole bag together was 29 kilos. Now there is some stuff in there, but I would think that there's probably approximately 20 kilos of cannabis here.
8 blocks of what looks like herbal cannabis pulled from the man's case. It's no wonder he was keen to avoid being caught.
Sit yourself down. All right, just need to take your shoes and...
The man is held in a cell whilst the packages of drugs are weighed.
16 kilos, 16.078. Okay.
I had to cut every one of this. It looks like it is herbal cannabis. I mean, as soon as you cut into it, there's a quite a strong pungent smell. I mean, it's actually surrounded, in the whole room now. But I had to check all of them because sometimes they have mixed cocaine with cannabis.
A field test is done to confirm the substance definitely is herbal cannabis.
The positive indication should be a kind of like a reddish colour. See, there we go. That's a positive indication for herbal cannabis.
With a street value of more than £45,000, it's an excellent result for the officers. All the man can do now is await his fate. In the airport's South Terminal, the man whose nervous behaviour and profuse sweating has aroused suspicion is being taken for a body search.
Okay, if you just put your bags up onto the bench for me, yeah. Yeah, just put the bags there. And if you just want to take a seat over in the far end.
I'm very nervous. I don't know why.
Very nervous?
Yes.
Okay.
Despite his nerves, the man consents to the search.
Yeah, next one. That's great, that's fine.
Okay.
His shoes are removed so they can be swab tested for any traces of drugs.
If he's got drugs internally, then he'll sweat and it will come out. The sweat partly will be in the shoes. So if this tests positive, then he's either used or he's swallowed.
Once again, the swab is clear. But Officer Fitz has uncovered some revealing secrets.
Yeah, he did actually admit that he's actually quite nervous. I sort of like, yeah. I mean, he had quite a few pills in his little small holdall. So obviously there was one for sort of like for mare sickness, and there's like these other blue pills. So I said, "Oh, what are these?" And he's like,
The man confesses to have recently taken Viagra, which may explain his nervous behaviour.
This sort of thing hasn't happened to him before since he's been travelling for so long. So I think he's just very nervous that he's had to go through all the security appearances. So, but apart from that, he was such a nice chap. Okay then, sir. Okay. Here's your shoes. Yep, no problem. Want to put those back on?
With all the searches now complete and the reasons for the man's anxiety exposed, he's now free to continue his onward journey.
Okay, thank you very much.
Coming up, officers discover a massive haul of tobacco in the cargo area.
If you open up the plastic, there's quite a strong smell of tobacco. Here we go.
Coming up, a repeat smuggler plays innocent.
Have you ever been stopped by customs before? Yeah. Okay. So obviously you should know them by now, shouldn't you?
At Gatwick Airport, the UK Border Agency have a duty of care to assess all passengers and items entering the country. Each year, officers have to check thousands of tons of freight passing through the airport.
Right, here you go. This looks like the one.
Today, Officer Sarah is in the cargo holding area after being asked to check a large number of packages that have just come in from the Far East.
What we've got here is a consignment that's originated in from Hong Kong. It's marked up as clothing accessories, so we've just come over to have a closer look to see what's inside here. What we've got is what looks like large spools here, which look like there's some kind of braiding. Oh. If you open up the plastic, there's quite a strong smell of tobacco coming out of here. Yeah, it smells quite strong.
With suspicions aroused, there's only one way to find out what's inside.
Let's have a look. Yeah, here we go.
If each of the reels is filled with tobacco, it will be a concealment worth many thousands of pounds.
This consignment is marked originally from Hong Kong, where tobacco, loose tobacco, is obviously a lot cheaper than here in the UK. Duty levels are quite high, and there's a huge black market in smuggled tobacco. And this consignment here is about 130 boxes.
The reels of tobacco are taken away to be weighed. Officers need to work out how much they found before investigating where it's come from.
There's three reels here, 40 kilos. If you take off the cardboard and the string, it's probably about 10 kilos I'd estimate in each bale.
The unpaid duty for 10 kilos of loose tobacco is worth £1,600.
Okay, 10 kilos. It is a huge amount of effort, but considering the amount of money that these gangs are going to make, for them it's obviously worth going to this effort.
In addition to the risk of smoking, there could be additional products in this tobacco which are even worse for your health than the usual nicotine and tar.
With the haul weighing over 650 kilos, the lost revenue to the tax system would have been over £100,000. It's the biggest ever seizure of loose tobacco at Gatwick.
It's just a routine examination by the guys, and obviously very good work in picking this up.
In Gatwick's South Terminal, a flight has just landed from Tripoli in Libya. As passengers make their way through baggage reclaim, Officer Helen and sniffer dog Bran are checking passengers for the presence of drugs. A lone female passing through customs is of great interest to Bran, so she's stopped for further checks by Officer Hazel.
Okay, you can come with me. Come on, bring your bags around here for me.
Almost immediately, the woman's story seems unconvincing.
So where will you stay in England? Whereabouts in Bristol? You don't know? Do you have anybody meeting you here at Gatwick? Who's meeting you?
A friend.
You just said you don't have any friends or family in England.
I don't have anything, but I just called him.
The woman's story keeps changing, which is giving Hazel cause for concern.
I'm just going to go and speak to my colleague, OK? If you stay here, just finish repacking your bag. Can I have a search on this girl, please? When I asked her if she had friends or family in England, first of all, she said no. And then she said that she'd called somebody here and that they were going to meet her at the airport. She's got £900. She's really nervous, but she hasn't got a proper address.
Coupled with the sniffer dog indication, Hazel is convinced there's more to the woman than meets the eye.
She's so nervous. She's only got £900, so I'm going to get her... Well, I'm going to do the search of person and see if she's got anything. Right, OK. Because the dog who's sniffing at you, he's a drug detector dog. So I need to make sure that you're not carrying any drugs on you or in you, OK? All right, myself and my colleague are going to do a search of your person, OK? It has been authorised by your senior colleague. All right, do your bag up first of all. OK, if you bring your bag and follow me. Go into the room for me. Just go in, take a seat. OK, can you just check that there's nothing on the floor? Nothing's been left in here, has it? Well, I just need you to sign there to say that you're OK to be searched.
The officers find nothing during the search, but due to the dog indication, Hazel decides to do one more test.
OK, we have a machine here that x-rays you to make sure that you've not got anything inside of you, OK? The machine's just in the hall there, so it won't take very long at all.
If the woman is smuggling drugs internally, officers will know in a matter of minutes. It's the middle of the afternoon, and a flight has just come in from Moldova. Being outside the European Union, passengers have a strict cigarette allowance of just 200. In the baggage reclaim area, officers are closely monitoring a Moldovan passenger who has a prior history for smuggling cigarettes. As he heads through the green customs channel, Officer Fitz pulls him over for further questioning.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Hi, where are you running from today?
Just now.
Just now. Travelling on your own?
Sorry?
Travelling on your own? Are you travelling on your own?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Come here for a minute. How long have you been away for?
1 month.
1 month? And what was your purpose of your visit? Holiday?
No holiday.
Just holiday?
No holiday.
Right.
I live here and come
Mhm.
back to my country.
Right. So you've been away on holiday? Right. Are you aware of your customs allowances? 1 carton of cigarettes, litre of spirits, and goods up to £390 worth. Yeah? And none of those items at all. Okay. Well, I'll have a look in there. It's all right. I'll have a look. All right. Move this over here.
With the man's previous history for smuggling cigarettes, Fitz knows not to take him at his word. And straight away, he finds a 200 pack of cigarettes. If the passenger's carrying any more, he'll have breached his allowance. A little deeper in the case, Fitz stumbles across a brown chocolate box, which is clearly being used to hide packs of cigarettes. As the box is opened, individual packs of cigarettes are found concealed within drawers. The man is way over his allowance, and he knows it.
Just for yourself. Why you put them in here for? Why have you put them in here? Basically, you were trying to hide them, weren't you?
I just put it.
Sorry?
I just put it. Not for this one.
I know they're for yourself, but you tried to hide them from me, didn't you?
I didn't know that this is a problem.
All right, then, well, just ask me this question. Have you ever been stopped by customs before?
Huh?
Have you ever been stopped by customs before? Yeah. Okay. So obviously you should know them by now, shouldn't you? This is a seizure notice that say that I'm seizing 800 cigarettes from you. So I need your signature there, full name and date.
Lies and deceit are a challenge faced by officers every day.
This is a warning letter. If it happens again, it might be taken further, all right?
All of the man's cigarettes are seized once again. Fitz provides him with a guidance leaflet about his customs allowances.
Sorry? You've got it? Oh, you've got it. So you know then, do you? All right.
With all pretense dropped, the man is free to go. 800 cigarettes lighter. In one of Gatwick Airport's X-ray suites, a woman who's flown in from Libya has been taken for a full body scan.
390, thank you. You said you don't have an address to stay at in England? But you don't know where you're sleeping tonight? Okay. Right, okay, this is consent for X-ray examination, okay. Thank you.
The woman confirms she's happy to do the X-ray voluntarily.
Okay, what I need you to do is breathe in now. When the belt starts to move, breathe out slowly, okay?
With a suspicious and inconsistent story, there's good reason to put her through the X-ray. But finding nothing out of the ordinary, the woman is no longer suspected of importing illegal drugs. She's escorted back into the terminal. Despite no evidence for drugs, her reasons for being in the UK are still doubtful, so officers in immigration will investigate her story further.
Brought her back to immigration because I believe she's here to work. But it's out of my hands now. It's down to my immigration colleagues to decide what they do with her. Well, listen, I'm going to leave it with the immigration officers, okay? From a customs point of view, we're happy that you don't have anything you shouldn't have, okay? If you just take a seat, the immigration officers will be with you soon, okay? Just sit down, all right?
The woman was later interviewed by UK border agency officers working in immigration. She was eventually allowed to enter the UK on her student visa. The cannabis smuggler pleaded guilty to attempting to smuggle 16 kilograms into the UK. He's now serving 18 months in prison. The UK Border Agency is at war with smugglers in the ports and airports.
You don't have to say anything.
Get that out of my face.
Hello there,
stops
customs.
a suspected drug mule.
Okay, but why would he pay for your flight ticket to England?
Because I wanted to come up and get the experience.
I want to go to the Caribbean, but nobody will buy me a ticket.
Liz gets
Because
abuse from an angry passenger.
I'm answering your questions. Oh, if you find anything, lock me up. If you don't find no, you dickhead. This is taking the
And when drug dog Floyd gets wind of a powerful scent,
I have never seen an indication like it.
offers pounds to stop him flushing his
Excuse me,
stash.
mate. Excuse me, pal. Just wait a second, please.
At Gatwick, a British Airways flight has just touched down from St. Lucia. In the last few weeks, cocaine seizures from St. Lucia have skyrocketed, and border officers have intensified efforts to make sure no smugglers slip through the net. As the passengers disembark, the officers are on the lookout for anyone who fits the many profiles of a smuggler. Drug dog Megan is a vital tool for finding smugglers.
Just keep on the right-hand side. Take your bag off your shoulders, please, sir, so that the
Sometimes
dog
just
can
the
sniff. She's
presence
only
of
got
a
little
dog
legs.
can make nervous smugglers give themselves away. Hazel notices the man in the white collared shirt.
There was one person he wasn't making eye contact with anybody because I spoke directly to him. So we'll have a quick word with him when he comes into the baggage hall and see if he's got anything. Oh, he's just in the queue there. He looked nervous.
And he's all dressed up.
Yeah.
The passenger appears uneasy as the sniffer dog examines his cases. But Megan doesn't give a definite indication. With their suspicions aroused, they decide to question him anyway.
Hello there, sir. Are you travelling alone today? Yeah. Can you just bring your bag over to the bench for me, please? Can I see your passport and ticket, please, sir? And how long have you been away for this trip?
A week.
And what was the purpose of your vacation?
Either Jamaica or Trinidad.
Were you staying with friends over there or family or?
I met a girl the last time I went to a cricket match there.
Oh, right, so there's people you don't know over there? Yeah. Okay. And how long are you going to remain in the UK before you go back to Bermuda? 2 days.
I usually do some shopping.
Yeah. Okay. Have you got your return ticket back to Bermuda?
Actually, I have to try this.
You've still got to get that, have you?
I have a bank card this morning.
Yeah, not a problem. And whereabouts will you be staying while you're here in the UK?
I was going to go to a bed and breakfast up on Shepherd's Avenue. I usually go there. I don't know the exact name of it, but it's right after the police station on Shepherd's Bush.
So you've stayed there before, have you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you packed all the bags yourself?
Yeah.
And you're aware of the contents?
Yeah.
Has anybody given you anything to bring back to the UK?
No, sir.
You're not carrying anything for anyone?
No.
Okay.
Inside the suitcase, Gary spots a large number of shoes for such a short trip and decides to examine them closely.
All I'm doing here, I'm just x-raying the shoes to make sure there's no concealments in it. Ash.
The X-ray immediately finds an anomaly. The other officers are also convinced the shoes are hiding something.
That don't look right there. That difference in there.
Yeah, but these other ones
Density.
look even better.
But there's only one way to find out what's inside.
I don't want to do it.
All right, lovely.
Yes.
Yeah. There we pull it open, and there's a package inside the seal.
It's game over for this attempted importation.
Okay.
And what looks like another big haul of cocaine from St. Lucia.
Right, the time is 09:16 hours, and what I found in there, it looks like I found a controlled drug. Okay, so I'm arresting you on suspicion of the illegal importation of a controlled drug into the UK.
Under arrest, the man is transferred to the custody cells.
Okay, that's fine. Just pop around here again. I intercepted him in the Green Channel. A number of items of footwear have been found to have packages inside.
Do you understand that what the officers told me?
Yeah.
So you've been arrested purely on suspicion of being brought in a controlled drug into the UK. Do you understand? And any medication for anything? Nothing in your luggage, be it medication-wise?
Just some weightlifting stuff.
Bodybuilder, eh?
Well, I'm trying to be. I was trying to be.
The man seems to accept that the only thing he'll be exercising is his right to legal advice.
Okay, if you just come along with me. Yeah, if you could just remove your shoes and leave them outside, because obviously it's got the laces in it. The last thing we want is you to try and harm yourself with them.
And the officers are now about to discover just how much cocaine is hidden in the shoes. In Manchester, officers are dealing with a difficult customer.
You might want to just go and stand with Liz. Martin's in there as well, okay. Just the bloke to stop us a bit arsey. I don't know whether there's anyone else in there, that's all.
The passenger has returned from the Caribbean.
I've still got the keys outside.
It's a known source of cocaine.
Yeah, but why can't I tell him to come inside?
But he isn't making things easy for Liz.
Why did she go out before you?
Because I'm not asking you, I'm answering your questions. Do your search. If you find anything, lock me up. If you don't find no, you're
The man can't believe he's a suspect, but he also can't seem to read the signs.
You're not going to believe this.
Excuse me, I've told you you can't use your phone. Excuse me, I've told you you can't use your phone. Excuse me. She can't come inside.
Liz had a number of reasons for stopping the passenger, but now it's his behaviour that's causing the most concern.
You're going to pack them back up, yeah?
I am.
Pack them back up properly, yeah?
I will pack them.
With the man getting more aggressive, the other officers keep an eye on the situation.
And because you're on TV, you think you're a professional, it's stupid. You're like I don't watch this thing all the time. What do you call it? Australian border.
The man seems confused about what country he's in. Meanwhile, Liz attempts to continue her search.
Is that you get your dog?
That doesn't find everything. I'm not just looking for drugs. Looking for anything else you shouldn't have.
Like what?
Like weapons,
Oh,
cigarettes.
Shut up.
Okay, what I'm doing now, we've got a machine that tests for traces of drugs. Have you ever used up any contact with drugs?
I said, no, you've asked me the question already. I don't take drugs.
Right, okay, that's fine then.
Do your little swabs, whatever you want to do.
The man then accuses the officers of racism.
You always say it's random, it's bullshit. Like the guy said on TV, you're all racist. That's what it is. Stupid it is racist. I didn't see one white person get stopped. No, but it has to be me in it. It's weird that, isn't it?
We've stopped other people on this flight already today.
No, whatever.
Can you believe me or not?
Won't believe you anyway.
No.
But it turns out the passenger has a reason for being annoyed at the delay.
This is taking the Why today? Do you know what day is today? My birthday. That's why I'm really off. I'm just gonna go home, enjoy my 21st, just like every other 21-year-old on the birthday, but to get stopped by custom on your birthday. Any other day, I'm not too bothered.
Okay.
With the search over, the man decides to push his
One
luck.
question. If you don't find what you're looking for, since you can't reimburse me for my taxi costs, I'd like an apology, a verbal apology. Is that okay? Is that much too much to ask?
I'm sorry if I'm wasting your time.
That's fine. Obviously it's not a good day, it's my birthday, what a shame, but you haven't found anything, so that's it really. It's annoying when you get picked out, but it's funny what's funny. On purpose.
Finally, Liz and the man seem to agree on something.
I am not doing 5-10 years. It's just not worth it. I'd rather just work like everybody else.
Some people do, unfortunately.
As the innocent passenger heads off, in Gatwick, the man caught with cocaine concealed in his shoes isn't so lucky.
Contemplating his fate.
It's sad, isn't it?
I don't know if sad's the right word. I never judge people. I think I can't judge them for what they do. I don't know what's led them to do what they've done. I don't agree with people bringing drugs into the country. I can never condone that, but I can't judge the person.
Hazel and Mike examine all the shoes for drugs.
And you can just see where somebody's inserted a tool into the side to prise the sole off the main part of the shoe. There's little indentations that just would arouse your suspicion and just make you think that they'd been taken apart previously. Did you notice that on there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought seeing anything.
Oh, look, there's glue on this one. That's giving it
Oh,
away
yeah.
there. Look. That one's done really well. Just see the glue mark.
The concealments are sophisticated,
And at the
but
front
now
as
the
well,
custody
there's a
officer
glue.
wants to know exactly what's inside the packages.
So that was really annoying. You see a pair of shoes like that with a take-back package in the bottom with white powder in it, and they still insist. Everyone goes, "Have you tested it? Have you tested it?"
Yeah.
It's like you don't have to, do you? You know it's something dodgy.
Okay. Put a drop of it in there. And that's the blue-pink reaction you're looking for, according to this. Pink on the top, blue underneath, that's cocaine. It's definitely cocaine.
Will you tell the custody officer it's positive, please?
I will do.
With 200 grams of cocaine in each shoe, in all the man was charged with importing nearly 2 kilos of cocaine, worth around £80,000. Coming up, on the hunt for smugglers, drug dog Floyd gives the clearest indication of his career.
I was in the airbridge with a dog and I have never seen an indication like it.
Coming up,
Hello there,
Hazel stops a
Customs.
suspected drug mule.
Okay, but why would he pay for your flight ticket to England?
Because I wanted to come up and get an experience.
I want to go to the Caribbean, but nobody will buy me a ticket.
In Manchester, the Jamaica flight has just landed. Inside the terminal, sniffer dog Floyd is on duty with his handler Susie. The dog team have been called in by Border Officer Martin to examine passengers as soon as they leave the aircraft, giving smugglers no time to ditch their drugs when they see the dog. Floyd is trained to indicate if he picks up even the tiniest trace of drugs. But this man with the red bag sends Floyd's signals into a frenzy. Martin heads into the baggage hall to intercept the suspect after he's collected his bags.
I was doing the airbridge with a dog and I have never seen an indication like it.
Really?
Floyd was humping his leg and I've never seen a hit like it, mate.
The man is travelling with a woman who suspiciously headed straight for the toilets.
The woman attempted to go to the toilets in the baggage area. Female officers accompanied her in there and explained the situation to her as well. She's now with the female officers in our baggage search area.
The suspects have split, but officers are keeping their distance from the man they think is carrying drugs.
Because of the strong indication by the dog, we are concerned that he's aware that we have an interest in him and he may attempt to ditch any items he's got strapped to his body. For that reason, we would not let him go to the toilets by himself.
The suspect begins walking towards the exit, but then makes a break for the toilets.
Excuse me, mate. Excuse me, pal. Just wait a second, please, mate. Come over here, mate. What's actually happened? You know, because the dog showed interest on you. You saw the dog come around to you.
Yes.
Obviously, I'm not saying you have, but obviously we have to be sure before you go in the toilet you haven't got anything strapped to you, okay, mate?
After a string of recent drug jobs from the Caribbean,
there's many reasons why I don't
dog
get it, but
indication,
obviously we're
the
just saying
officers
with
are
you, well.
almost convinced the man is carrying drugs. In Gatwick, border officers are also on the lookout for a passenger who's just arrived from Jamaica. The intelligence unit have picked out the passenger as she fits a number of suspicious profiles.
We found her. She was very skinny. She's in blue patchy jeans. She's got a white top and a black handbag.
Hazel's team watch the suspect as she collects her bag and tries to leave.
Hello there, Customs. Where have you just arrived from?
Jamaica.
From Jamaica. Just bring your bags around here for me for a minute, please.
All Hazel knows is the intel team picked out the suspect. It's her job to investigate further.
Got your passport, please.
The woman has a British passport,
Thank you.
so Hazel
Oh, yes,
starts
please.
with questions
Well,
about
thank
her
you.
trip.
How long have you been to Jamaica for?
Repeat that, please.
Pardon?
Repeat that for me.
Oh, how long have you been to Jamaica for?
I've been living there for a while.
Oh, right.
My first visit here.
Ah, so you live in Jamaica.
Right.
How long will you stay in England for? Who will you come and see?
My sister.
Do you have a Jamaican passport as well?
No, I don't.
But you live in Jamaica.
Right.
Did you pay for your flight ticket yourself?
No, I didn't.
Who paid for your ticket?
Someone up here.
Someone up here?
Right.
Who? And who's he?
A friend of mine.
And why did he pay for your ticket?
Because I'm coming up to spend some time with him.
And how do you know him?
I met him through a friend.
And what does do for a job?
I guess we call it self-employed.
Hazel's unconvinced.
When did you last see him?
Earlier this year.
Okay, but why would he pay for your flight ticket to England?
Repeat that, please.
Why would he pay for your flight ticket to England?
Because I wanted to come up and get the experience.
I want to go to the Caribbean, but nobody will buy me a ticket.
Well, I don't know.
No? So you've just got £75? So who will give you money while you're here?
My sister and them.
And your sister does what for a job?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Suspecting she's a drug mule,
Okay.
Hazel presses the woman further.
So what will you do while you're here in England?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything in particular that you want to see while you're here?
That's what they do, so a lot of sightseeing.
Yeah, things like what?
Friend up here that I can catch up with family.
So what sorts of things will you do while you're here?
I'm not too sure. It depends on what I can do by myself because I don't know the place. So.
Have you not done any research into England?
No.
And how are you eligible for a British passport?
My mother is British.
And does she live in England?
Well, she's not here at the moment. She's in Jamaica.
So who is it you live with?
I have parents.
So you live with your mum?
No, I live with my brother.
You live with your brother? Right, okay.
That's a body spray.
It is? But it's a man's one. Why have you got man's body
I
spray?
like it.
The suspect's story is ringing alarm bells.
I'm just going to do a few checks, okay? If you just stay here for a few minutes.
Hazel decides to investigate the woman's acquaintance with the unusual name.
I just want to do a few checks on... Oh, good morning. I'd like a PNC check and an address check, please. Yeah, I don't think I've come across one before, so you might hit on something. The person that she says has bought her ticket, she doesn't know anything about him. She doesn't know how old he is. She's only known him for a year. I'm not entirely sure why he would pay for her ticket. People I've known longer than that won't buy me a ticket to the Caribbean, so I want to know why he's paid for her ticket.
The officers keep a close eye on the lady while they await the result of the police checks on the man who paid for her trip. Back in Manchester, the team are also on high alert after a powerful dog indication. Certain they caught a smuggler, the team pounced. But as they walk to collect his bags, the man gives Kevin some information that changes the mood.
A nice one. What? What? Oh, excellent. Online or? Online. Yeah, brilliant, mate.
It's a disappointment for the team, but contact with so much cash would explain the dog's excitement.
Hi to low. Roller coaster morning already. You got money belt on as well? It could well be that, you see, mate, because the dogs are trained on cash as well as drugs.
Yeah, so close to where the dogs got in your groin.
It's got $1,000.
So that might explain
why.
Wait.
The officers search the poker winner to verify his story, but there's no pleasing some people.
Case £1,000, a lot of money.
Yeah. I was a bit disappointed. 2 weeks later, I didn't competition, but I was trying to win it again.
At least you won it, though.
The man is free to go, but first officers ask a favour. They want to let sniffer dog Floyd re-find the man's money belt.
Yeah, just exactly the way your daddy put it back, and you're just helping us out then. You know, helping with the training the dogs and that. Because obviously that's what the dogs indicate, so it's done his job well there.
Floyd quickly locates the cash in the man's belt, but this time it's just for training.
I was quite relaxed because I had nothing to hide. We went to Jamaica on holiday, but we weren't planning on going on holiday this year. We were planning to do a back garden up, and I split the money between the guy for the Ukraine. We had $50,000 each, roughly. And the next week we went in and booked a holiday to Jamaica. It was absolutely brilliant. And we went over there and we had a great time. Totally relaxing.
Celebrated our 6th year wedding
celebrated our
anniversary
6th wedding anniversary as well.
last Saturday.
The lucky couple leave with the winnings, but sadly the officers didn't hit the jackpot.
Well done. Good lad. Best indication ever, mate.
Back in Gatwick's South Terminal, border officers were in the middle of questioning an intelligence target whose story aroused suspicions when it emerged her ticket had been bought for her. Suspecting she may be a drug mule, Hazel is investigating the person who paid for the ticket.
Oh, right, OK. He was found guilty in 2007 of helping an asylum seeker. He got 9 months in prison, but he was born in 1949 and she doesn't seem to know how old this bloke is. And she's clearly not an asylum seeker because she's got a British passport. Right, OK, well, thanks very much for your help. Thanks a lot, then. Bye. The only thing we've got, then, is that he has been convicted of helping an asylum seeker. But clearly that's not her concern because she's got a British passport.
It's surprising news.
Sorry to keep you waiting, it was just taking some time to do some checks.
But an exhaustive drug search found nothing.
It's fine. OK, well, that's fine. Thank you very much for your time.
OK.
Enjoy your stay in England. Thank you.
To win the war on drugs, border officers must investigate any suspicious passengers. But thankfully, most are innocent and are free to go. The smuggler caught with cocaine hidden in shoes pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, in Calais, no one can hold a candle to sniffer dog Wax's people-finding prowess.
We've got at least one clandestine on top.
In Gatwick, a man of faith hopes for a bit of charity.
He said he's a charity worker, but he has no actual charity ID. He said he had a lot of stuff on the computer which is related to the charity, but he now can't find it.
And paramedics are called to a flight from Jamaica after a passenger is taken ill.
She said she's been vomiting the whole flight and she told the crew she'd been given something to swallow to bring back to the UK.
The port of Dover on the southeast coast of England is just 21 miles from Calais in France, the gateway into Europe. Over 6,000 lorries cross the English Channel every day, and with 18 million passengers making the journey each year, it's the busiest stretch of water in the world. But not all of the passengers crossing the Channel are welcome. Round the clock, the UK Border Agency has a presence at the port of Calais in France.
Good boy. Up here, mate, up here. Good boy, in this one.
With the aid of sniffer dogs,
Good lad.
officers operate in force to protect the UK borders from clandestines, immigrants who attempt to enter the UK illegally.
The dog is trained to search for human scent. So a primary role at northern ports of France is to search for illegal immigrants who smuggle themselves in lorries and other vehicles in order to get to the UK. And the dog is body detection dog is one of the best technologies that we have.
In the past 12 months, officers searched more than 1 million freight vehicles and found over 29,000 immigrants attempting to come into the UK. Tonight, sniffer dog Fergus and Officer Matt are searching a lorry bound for Dover. Fergus is starting to show signs he can smell human presence.
Is this an indication, you say?
Kind of. It's more of a disturbance indication, which means either the driver or one of our staff has checked the vehicle and there's some form of human scent still around there. Just like... Wait. What you want to go find?
This time, nobody is found.
Really? It wasn't an overly strong indication, but it was worth a look.
Officer Alex has continued the search of freight vehicles using sniffer dog Wax. And it doesn't take long before Wax makes one of his trademark indications.
We're going to get the camera in here because he's indicating.
Wax's highly sensitive nose appears to have made a positive indication for human presence just above the lorry's wheel arches. At Gatwick Airport, a flight has just arrived from Portugal. Officers are monitoring passengers disembarking the flight and looking out for any signs of suspicious behaviour.
Thank you.
One lone male passenger is of particular interest, as it's been noticed from his luggage tags that he started his journey outside of the EU.
As far as I'm aware, he's a gentleman that's come up from Venezuela via Portugal. He's just been away for a week. I think he's got a sort of last-minute ticket, only booked the day before.
The man says he's a minister who also works and raises funds for an American charity with a base in Venezuela.
They've got projects and they need funding and things like that, you know. So I used to be a professional bike rider.
His short visit to South America causes concern, with Venezuela known as a country with links to the international drugs trade.
So when are you next going to be in contact with these people?
A couple of hours. I've already spoken to them on the phone.
Okay.
As Officer Tori continues to search the man's possessions, her colleague Gary comes across to swab test his suitcase for any traces of Class A drugs. And Gary's face says it all. The swab shows a positive reading for cocaine.
That's gone red, so there might be some form of traces of coke.
He relays the information to Tori.
Well, when I booked in, there was a...
Positive hits from coke.
There was a search at Crackers, actually, before that.
Just wait there, I'm just going to x-ray this one. Gary says that he's got a slight hit of coke, so I'll take a rub down, like, once, see if I can get one of them done.
The X-ray of the suitcase is clear. But with traces for cocaine, Tori wants to take her investigation to the next level.
I want to start putting things in there. I'm just going to go and speak to my boss. I'll be back in a second. He's got no work ID on him at all. He's got a bit of an earmarked Bible, but other than that. So I'd find it weird if you're registered, like working for a registered charity, that you wouldn't have any sort of charitable ID if you've been on a charity he's got trip. Tons of stuff on his laptop.
The news is broken to the passenger.
When we were doing I was doing the baggage search earlier, one of my colleagues, you may have saw him rub a small piece of, that's what we call an iron track machine, and it's given us a small trace or a small hit of cocaine from the inside of your bag. So I've spoken to my boss and she's authorised like a security search. It's just like a rub down, like a pat down. Okay, so if you can follow me, please.
The man is led away to find out if he's hiding any packages. Back in Calais, Officer Alex and sniffer dog Wax have found something of interest within the wheel arches of a lorry bound for the UK. Wax indicates to Alex to investigate further.
Good boy. Good lad. Good boy. We've got at least one clandestine on top of the pannier. So you've got a box that holds pallets, wooden pallets, for loading, and there's a gap in between the top of the metal box that holds the pallets and the actual trailer itself. So they're just laying on top of the pannier. Good boy. And what I'll do now is I'll get the dog out of the way and the guys can take a look.
Alex is delighted with Wax's find. The driver of the lorry, less so.
Okay, driver, you stay there. Okay, yeah.
For every clandestine found in his lorry, the driver and his company face a fine of up to £2,000.
Come on, they come. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Count 4 pairs of shoes here. Okay.
Right, we've called for assistance from the office, and we'll have someone come down to help us get them off the vehicle, and we'll keep them contained until the French police come down.
5 people are eventually found hiding underneath the lorry. It's a significant find, but for Wax, it's all a big game.
Dog's happy. He's got his tennis ball, which is what he does it for.
The clandestines are lined up as they wait for the French authorities to come and process them. For some of them, this was their 3rd attempt at getting into the UK.
French police have taken them away to the station in the port here. They will process them, and then they'll possibly interview them to ascertain whether they can be removed from France back to their country of origin.
It's been another successful night all round, due in no small part to sniffer dog Wax. In Gatwick, the British minister whose suitcase has given a positive swab reading for cocaine has been taken for a body rub-down.
When he's saying that the charity he works for have paid for his trip, but he didn't like it there really. It's very vague about what he's actually doing, it's just charity work. What?
No drugs are found on his body, so his shoes are taken away for further swab tests. And with another positive reading for cocaine, the plot thickens.
There's basically a few inconsistencies with what's happened here, and that is the fact that he said he's a charity worker, he's worked for a charity for a long time, but he has no actual charity ID. Also, he said he had a lot of stuff on the computer which was related to the charity, but he now can't find it. The man who bought his ticket, he had said, was arranged by the charity. We now discover that the man who bought the ticket is his friend who's meeting him outside. It's nothing to do with the charity at all.
With all of this in mind, officers decide to put the passenger through an X-ray. The positive drug hit from his shoes may suggest he's smuggling packages inside his body. However, his calm demeanour and full cooperation belies that of a drug smuggler. Passengers who've swallowed drugs will be arrested and detained for their own safety until all the packages safely come out.
If you just follow the officer again, you can take your bits there.
This time, however, it looks like the man has not swallowed any drugs.
I think this is all a bit too dense.
That's his hip bone, isn't it? That's your new hip replacement.
Oh, that is, yeah. But I mean all this.
With the last roll of the dice, Officer Kerry sends a team outside the airport to try and locate the person waiting to collect the passenger.
Yeah, we've sent 2 officers out to look for the guy that is supposed to be meeting Mr. Kerry, but as yet no one has showed themselves. They've not turned up to a call for his name or even the call for the meter's name. So we've just been given it a couple of minutes. If we hear nothing from it, I think at this stage, because of what we have, or rather what we don't have, we're probably going to have to let him go and just always be wandering, perhaps.
Just down the end there. Thanks for your time.
No one is found outside the airport. After a thorough search, the man is free to go. The hits for drugs are put down to contamination. Coming up, paramedics are called to attend a suspected drug swallower.
She says she's been vomiting the whole flight. She told the crew she'd been given something to swallow to bring back to the UK.
Coming up, an X-ray on a female passenger lends support to officers' suspicions.
There's a possibility that she might have a package inside her bra.
At Gatwick Airport, passengers have just arrived from Kingston in Jamaica. The UK Border Agency has just been alerted to a medical emergency on board the flight, and Officer Chris is sent to investigate.
We're just rushing up to gate 59 now. We've received a call from the inbound Kingston flight that the lady on the flight has been vomiting and has collapsed. I've already spoken to the crew. She's travelling with 3 children, and she says she's been vomiting the whole flight. So they said they were going to call the paramedics, and she told the crew she was very worried because she'd been given something to swallow to bring back to the UK.
With a suspected drug swallower on their hands, paramedics are dispatched to the aircraft along with border agency officers who process the woman's arrival.
Depending on the woman's condition, she may go straight to hospital. If that's the case, officers will go with her in the ambulance. If not, she'll be processed here locally by Gatwick staff.
We're taking the kids, escorting the kids.
Yep.
I'm not sure where their passports are, but apparently
We'll look after the passports, yeah. We'll go with you.
As the sick woman is attended to by paramedics, provisions are made for her children.
Children have just been taken through the controls, through passport controls and customs controls, and they'll be reunited or united with their grandmother. The lady, the mother, she'll surely be taken to East Surrey Hospital, along with 2 detection officers as well, and they'll stay with her for the time being.
The woman's health continues to deteriorate, so paramedics must rush her to hospital to assess whether or not she has packages inside her. If she has swallowed drugs, one burst package would take just minutes to cause almost certain death.
The lady's just been loaded into the ambulance. She'll be taken to local hospital. One of our female officers will go with her, and other officers will join her as well at the hospital. When she gets there, she'll be examined by the doctors to see what, if anything, she's got inside her. She's saying that she's a couple of months pregnant, which is, it's not an unfamiliar thing. We see pregnant women on occasion do swallow packages of drugs or have drugs inside them as well. And they think if they say they're pregnant, it will stop us looking further. She's been vomiting for several hours now, and it's not an uncommon reaction with people who have swallowed packages. It's just their stomach is having an adverse reaction to anything up to 1 kilo of foreign packages inside their body.
The woman is escorted to hospital by border agency officers who will monitor whether she passes any packages. Across at Gatwick's North Terminal, officers are busy processing passengers entering the country. A flight has just arrived from Trinidad and Tobago, and passengers disembarking the flight are being assessed by drugs detection dog Lottie and Officer Claire. Documents are checked at immigration, and passengers are questioned about the purpose of their visit to the UK. One passenger's story in particular has caused concern. A lone female has given a number of suspicious reasons for entering the UK.
Right, okay, we're going to go in here now, okay, have a look at your luggage, okay. First of all, I have to ask you if you've got anything to declare to customs.
No.
Any alcohol, tobacco,
No.
cigarettes?
Nothing like
and
that.
Do you understand it's illegal to bring some things here?
Yeah.
Like controlled drugs, offensive weapons? You understand that?
Yes.
Got nothing like that?
Nothing like that.
Okay.
The woman told immigration she's planning to visit her fiancé before travelling to France. But alarm bells started ringing when it emerged she had just $60 to fund her entire trip.
And is this all of your luggage?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Did you pack it all yourself?
My mom,
Your mum?
yeah, helped me.
Were you there when she packed it?
I was in the bedroom. I was in bedroom getting ready.
Do you fully understand what's in the suitcases?
Yes, I
Yeah?
have my clothes.
Okay. Has anybody in Trinidad given you anything to bring here for them?
No.
And your friend is meeting you here?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. When did you meet him?
I met him last
Okay.
year. He asked me if I would like to come visit, so.
The woman seems surprised to have been stopped. And although she's cooperating fully, officers will conduct a thorough check of all of her bags to ensure she's carrying nothing illegal.
When did you get the ticket?
I got the ticket sometime last week.
Yeah. Why did you only get the ticket last week?
Oh, because he sent me a cash from me.
Oh, he's paid for the trip for you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
A swab test is conducted on the woman's belongings as the search continues through her cases. And a trace reading for cocaine deepens the intrigue. With nothing else found hidden in the woman's luggage, Officer Kevin wants to conduct an X-ray to see if she's carrying drugs inside her body.
What we've got is a body scanner. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
You don't mind going through that?
I don't mind at all.
No? If we do that, and hopefully you'll be able to get on your holiday.
Kevin approaches his superior to get approval for the body scan.
I'm just going to body scan her.
Right.
She's, I've run it past her and she's quite happy to do it. Okay. Just to make sure.
Yeah, so she's going to do it as a voluntary.
Yeah.
In just a few moments, officers will find out if they were right to be suspicious. Back at Gatwick's South Terminal, an investigation is underway into a woman who became seriously ill on a flight from Kingston. After claiming to have swallowed something to bring into the UK, the woman was immediately taken to hospital. In the terminal, team leader Chris goes through the contents of the woman's suitcase.
So we had a message from the Gatwick airport, the airport operator's got like a control room that's manned 24 hours. The message we got was that she'd admitted to swallowing packages. She's now saying that she's not swallowed packages. So it may just be Chinese whispers, but also it needs to be investigated.
With nothing suspicious found in her suitcase, an ion track swab test is conducted for any traces of drugs.
And that's come up as a positive hit for cocaine. It's not saying she has come into contact with cocaine, it's just an indication that she may have.
The woman's circumstances are now even more alarming. Chris conducts an X-ray of her suitcase for any hidden concealments.
There's nothing in the bags from a customs point of view, other than the ion track indications, which does give us something else to think about. The next step now is to concentrate on the lady.
Officers head down to the local hospital to check on the progress of their suspected drug swallower.
When someone complains of stomach pains or anything like this, you know, as we said before, the medical assistance is the first priority, and if a medic dictates they go to the hospital, then they go to the hospital. From our point of view, we still have a responsibility, A, towards the passenger, to make sure there's no harm going to come to them, but B, we've got to safeguard any sort of illicit material they may be carrying.
3 UK border agency officers have been monitoring the woman's health at the hospital. When Chris arrives for an update, they're positive she hasn't swallowed any drugs. But nurses have made a shocking discovery.
Having spoken briefly to the nursing staff, it sounds like she may have been forced by her boyfriend to drink a liquid to try and induce a miscarriage because she's slightly pregnant. Again, it's only a vague story we've got, but nevertheless, because she's in our care, she's been detained by us, we'll need to explore that with her.
The woman was later discharged from hospital and was of no further interest to the border agency. In the airport's North Terminal, the female passenger from Trinidad is about to be body scanned to see if she has any drugs hidden inside her.
Okay, what you need to do is you need to stand on here like this, okay, with your hands by your side, all right? And then when the officer says, take a deep breath and hold it, and then this will move, and it will go through and then stop. Do you understand? Okay. Yeah, just go on there like that, yeah.
Alright, go very slowly, you won't bang into the wall. Are you ready to go now?
Yeah.
That's great. Here we go.
I can't see any regular shapes, Kevin, to be honest, in the areas we're looking at. No, I don't think so.
We're happy that she doesn't have anything inside her, which is the main reason for using the body scan. There's a possibility that she might have a package inside her bra, which has been known in the past. The definitive thing is to actually do a search, which wasn't done before this body scan. So we'll do that, and then we'll find out exactly if there is anything there or if there isn't.
The woman is led back to a private interview room where the search will take place.
Just take a seat over there. Okay, yeah. Okay, so what's going to happen is, okay, because we can't tell what it is, the female officer's going to search you, all right? Okay.
But it doesn't take long to find the cause of the abnormality on the scan.
You need to get a new bra, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs to be bigger. That's what the picture was. See?
Yeah, okay.
That's what the picture shows, you see.
Thank you very much again, once again.
The cause of the alarm is put down to the woman's bra.
All right, now I'm sorry you had to go through that, all right?
Having completed both customs and immigration checks, she's free to continue her travels. In the following few weeks, Alex and the team at Calais continued their good run of form by discovering a further 34 clandestines bound for the UK. The UK Border Agency is at war with smugglers in the ports and airports.
You don't have to say anything. Get that out of my face.
Coming up, Martin uses charades to interrogate a suspect.
Who's that? So whether he's a recreational user or not, we can't establish anything at the moment because he can't speak English.
A duty-free fraudster gets caught in the act.
He was going out and just asking to borrow people's boarding cards. He said, lend me your boarding card, I'll get you a pint.
And the dogs sniff out a suspiciously large amount of cash.
I was thinking of buying a car down there.
A car?
Yeah.
As a customs officer, okay, I can't always believe what people tell me.
In Gatwick's departure lounge, a passenger's been spotted buying tobacco with other people's boarding cards, and UK border officer Mike has been called in to investigate.
We've had a call from the duty-free shop that told us that someone has bought a large quantity of cigarettes and tobacco. So what people do is they get a couple of boarding cards or get someone else to buy the goods for them. Apparently they're sitting in the pub.
Anyone flying within the EU has a duty-free allowance of 200 cigarettes, but criminals steal boarding cards to non-EU countries like Turkey and illegally purchase thousands of cigarettes. It's known as carousel fraud.
Hey guys, how are you? Right? I just received information that you bought quite large quantities of cigarettes. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Whereabouts are you off to today?
Turkey.
Turkey. Can I have your boarding pass?
But the man realises the game is up.
I'm lying, I'm going to Malta, he got on board with that.
Right, okay. Have you got a boarding pass to Malta? Yeah. Can I have a look at that? Yeah.
Sorry.
Are you all flying to Malta?
No, they are going to Turkey.
Okay. Can I see all your passports, please?
They now need to work out who's to blame.
Well, no, it's just my brass. We got a place out there. It's got, I mean, it's...
You can't buy them out here, no?
This is just a deal right there. It's the buy here. I mean, yeah, I know.
What we have been doing is they buy large quantities of cigarettes and then they evade controls by switching all their domestic cigarettes and then rebooking their flights.
Yeah.
So what we're going to need to do, we're going to definitely need to make sure that you get on your plane with your cigarettes and that you don't just walk out the airport.
If you just wait there a minute.
But Mike suspects the culprit may have to be arrested.
Just need to make sure I leave with it.
No, he should be nicked for that.
Why should he be nicked for it?
Because you're not allowed to buy them going within the EU, even if you're free, because he's taken them EU. We'll seize and report it, because they fraudulently use these. Hello, can I just run this past you, please? You know we've just been called up to the duty-free lounge. Some geezer has got his mates who are flying to Bodrum to buy him 4,000 fags, and he's flying on to Malta. And he's admitted he knows he's done wrong, but they're so expensive out there, he's got to come down, really, isn't he? All three of them, or seize and report, but it's an absolute offence, isn't it? Because it's a fraudulent. I think he'll need to come down. OK, if you collect your bag.
The two passengers flying to Turkey will be allowed to leave. The carousel fraudster isn't going anywhere.
What you've done so far is an absolute offence, which means... At the moment, Time is 13:25. I'm placing you under arrest on the suspicion of being involved in the fraudulent evasion of excise goods. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm the defence if you do not mention when questioned something you may later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand that? OK, we're just going to go down to our customs suite now.
Am I going to make my flight today?
Not looking likely. What we're going to do, though, we're just going to take you downstairs.
OK.
We may seize the goods from you, we may need to ask you some more questions. At the moment, I can't say whether you will make your flight or not yet. All right, OK?
It may seem harsh for a few cigarettes, but the man has attempted to evade hundreds of pounds in tax. And if he's done it before, he may be going to jail. In Manchester, a flight from Paris has just arrived. Border officers have intercepted some suspicious baggage which started its journey in South America.
Cocaine one.
These are the name of Lopez.
Border officers are always on the lookout for anything suspicious. And it's the names on these bags that rang alarm bells.
It's just the fact that they're two similar cases with two different names, which smugglers have been known to use a method which we call the switch bag. They'll have two bags, one with drugs in and one just clean bag, depending on whether they get stopped or not. Depends which one they pick up.
The bags go back on the carousel.
Yes, then.
While Martin keeps watch to see who picks them up.
This way.
The officers now need to try and communicate with the passengers to find the source of the coke hit.
These bags, they belong to you? Yeah? One moment. In Spanish?
No, Chilean.
There may be a language barrier, but there's
Cigarettes,
some words
alcohol?
the son seems to understand.
Cocaine, heroin? No, cocaine, heroin? No. This is your bag.
The officers decide to swab the son's belongings first. The suspicions about cocaine were correct. But often coke hits can be caused by personal use. And working out the cause here will be easier said than done.
Quite high hits of cocaine off the inside of the gentleman's bag. Unfortunately, because they're non-English speakers, we can't really question to establish anything about misuse or anything. So whether he's a recreational user or not, we can't establish anything at the moment because he can't speak English.
In Gatwick, the flight to Malta is about to depart, but one passenger looks increasingly unlikely to be there in time.
What Duty Free said is that he was going out, apparently, and just asking to borrow people's boarding cards so that he could buy cigarettes.
He said, lend me your boarding card.
And they said, yeah, right, mate.
I'll get you a pint. And that's what
And that's why he's in there.
Well, that's how it works on the boats going.
Of course it does, of course it does. That's what he's done. He don't know. No way.
The cigarettes will definitely be seized, but the officers are waiting to hear back from the investigation team to find out if the man is going to be charged.
His flight's due at 15:30 departure time. Gate closes at 15:10. Obviously, depending on how official we need to be about it, is whether or not he misses his flight. Obviously, he's committed an offence, so if he misses his flight, that's his own problem.
As the fags get bagged, the news comes in that the man won't want to hear.
Unfortunately, I spoke to the investigation team. They do want us to take you down and they'll question you down there, OK? So we'll be moving in a couple of minutes.
With the illegal cigarette trade robbing over £1 billion a year from the Treasury, the man's crime is being taken seriously.
Hello, boss. Would you mind doing us a favour? Would you be able to contact British Airways and just say that he won't be making his flight? But it's just so that they don't hold the gate open and keep calling his name if he's not going to make it. All right? All right, lovely stuff.
The man
Cheers.
is in serious trouble with the law, and his travel plans are in ruins.
Now, would you like somebody informed that you have been arrested and that you are here?
The thing is, she's in Malta. They're going to be waiting for me that end.
Doesn't matter where in the world
I mean,
they
it's
are.
just I don't want to scare her. I mean, can I speak to her or not?
You can indeed, yes.
Hello, darling. Is Mummy there a minute? Huh? Is she asleep? All right then. It's just the flight. There's a problem with the flight. It's yeah. I've rang her later. The flight's been delayed. Tell Natalie not to leave to the airport until I phone her. There's an engine problem or something. I don't know, but leave Mummy asleep. Don't wake her up. All right then. Bye. Bye.
The man is locked up until the investigation officers arrive. They later charged him with evasion of excise duty, and he's now awaiting sentence. Back in Manchester, there's more family problems. Officers are trying to communicate with the family from Chile, whose bags gave large hits for cocaine. Martin decides to play an unusual game of charades to work out if the son has used any drugs whilst abroad.
Papa, Mama? Yeah. Who's there? Yeah. One time. Soon? Days? Yeah. Who's there? Once? Yeah.
Under pressure,
1 day,
the son
2
admits
days,
using
3 days.
cocaine.
3 weeks. 2 days ago. Okay. So it's okay, yeah.
Out of earshot of his parents, the son clears up the source of the coke hit.
Mama, Papa. Yeah.
And Martin promises to keep the confession under wraps. And knowing the son has used, speeds up the search.
Could be in trouble with his mummy and daddy, eh? Maybe not with us, but mummy and daddy.
It also makes it easier to rule the family out as smugglers.
Because the gentleman had been cooperative with us, the family had been cooperative, there was no need to involve his mother and father. The guy's an adult. I also find people more truthful if you take them to one side, out of the presence of their parents. If I'd have managed to, if I'd have been able to ask that question directly to in front of his parents, I don't think he would have been as honest. I asked him the question, have you used cocaine? He said he had once. I asked him how long ago, he said 2 to 3 weeks. And that is borne out by the presence of the traces in the areas we found.
Thank you. Adios.
Coming up, the dogs sniff out a suspiciously large amount of cash.
I was thinking of buying a car down there. A car? Yeah. As a customs officer, okay, I can't always believe what people tell me.
Coming up, the cash dog sniffs out a suspect.
I was thinking of buying a car down there. A car? Yeah. As a customs officer, okay, I can't always believe what people tell me.
At Manchester Airport, a flight has just arrived from Pakistan. Officers are on the lookout for drug smugglers and have pulled over 2 men for a bag search.
Yeah, man, just bring your bag down here for me.
Pakistan is a known source country for heroin, and officers conduct initial swab tests for any traces. There's been a recent surge of heroin seizures coming in from Pakistan. Surprisingly, Officer Gary gets a small hit for cocaine from his passenger's suitcase. Having got an initial trace, Gary swabs the man's clothes for any further hits.
He said he hasn't used for 3 months, but he's a regular user of cocaine, which will be here, which he uses the cocaine because it's not very accessible in Pakistan.
But this time, he gets an even bigger hit for heroin.
It's given heroin hits. I need an explanation basically from where they're coming from.
It could take a while to get to the bottom of this one. In Gatwick's South Terminal, UK border officers are targeting a flight to Jamaica looking for money connected to crime using sniffer dog Toby.
Just lower your bag for me. Just a quick customs check.
Toby's job is to find large amounts of cash. Anything more than 1,000.
Thank you.
And handler Mark will want to investigate
Thanks for your
further.
Hiya. Are you carrying any money with you today? Yeah. How much you roughly have with you?
I got about 10,000 from the bank. bank, which I have.
£10,000. Do you have £10,000?
Yeah, do you want to come over here, sir?
Leaving the country.
How many of you travelling?
Now want some answers.
The dog has detected some currency, and you've said you're carrying about £10,000. Is that all your money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paul wants to know what the money is for.
I was thinking of buying a car down there.
The car that you're going to buy. Yeah. Do you know what you're going to buy?
It's a Honda.
A Honda. Yeah. And how much are you going to spend on it?
It's about 2,200.
And you've got 10 grand there, though.
Yeah, but I'm
The man's explanation becomes confusing.
It's about 1.5. I'm back to 1.5.
What are you going to do with the rest?
Leave the bag alone.
Rest of the money. That's 2,500. 2,500.
No, the car cost 1.45 million.
How much are you going to spend on the car?
This car, I'm trying to advocate it right. I'm trying to advocate it right for 1.3, 1.4.
Say again, say slowly.
I'm going to try to get it for like 1.3, 1.4 million.
Right, which in sterling, in English money, how much are you going to pay?
That would be like about 9,000.
9,000 for Honda. Yeah. And how old would that be?
Huh?
How old would the car be?
It's about, I think it's 2002.
And cars in Jamaica are very expensive to buy second-hand, aren't they? Yeah? So you're going to prepare to spend like nearly £10,000 on a 2002 car?
Paul thinks the story sounds
What
suspicious.
it is, as a customs officer, I'm interested in, as I said, large amounts of currency that are leaving or entering the UK. You have a substantial amount of cash with you today. Okay, that's the reason I'm taking so long with it.
As I said, there's not going to be so much problem. I didn't have to take it to them.
Do you have any details of the car that you might want to buy with you?
No, it's an Honda. So I think it's an Honda car. It has spoiled and everything. I don't have no details on it.
You don't have any. Could you provide those sort of details? Can you provide details of the bank loan to me?
I can provide details.
Yeah.
And the closest. Not now, this minute.
Not now, this minute.
The closest I could go to that.
Can I just see the money now I've searched the bags again?
Huh?
Can I just see the money again, please?
That's a different one.
How many's in here?
There is 5,000.
And the other one?
5,000.
Let's have a look. And the other?
2 bucks, sir.
How much have you got together? How much have you got altogether?
In these?
Yeah.
5,000.
10,000 altogether. Okay, what I need to do is you hold on to your money. If you wait there, I've just got to do a couple of checks, okay?
If Paul thinks the cash has criminal connections, it will be seized, and the man's holiday could be over before it's begun.
They've got 7 checks in bags, unfortunately, between them all. There's 3 of them travelling. The 10,000 belongs to the one person. It's from a consolidated loan. There's no documentation regarding the money, apart from the envelope it's in from a bank. Which is going to cost me about £500 a month to pay it back. To buy a car in Jamaica.
Buy a car?
Yeah.
So they've got family over there?
He's Jamaican.
He lives there?
No, he lives here. He works here.
Why does he want to buy a car in
Because he's over there a lot.
With no evidence where the £10,000 came from, Toby may have helped find cash intended for drugs.
Have you done a P&C at all?
Paul wants to find out if the man has a criminal record, but with the flight now nearly ready to depart, time is running out.
How long before the gate closes?
It's supposed to go at 5 past.
Right. Okay, got a few minutes.
I don't know, yeah.
Okay.
Back in Manchester, Officer Gary has found a high trace of heroin from a passenger's clothes who's travelled back from Pakistan.
Okay, now that, you seen me swabbing the inside of his shoe, and you've seen me swabbing the shoelaces. Right, obviously you've had them on your feet. How long have you had them?
About 8, 9 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else wear them? Okay. Well, I've just swabbed the inside of them. When you're wearing these, you're going to sweat through your feet, and you're going to sweat through your paws and your hands, right? Now I'm getting heroin hits and cocaine hits. Quite a strong heroin hit from the soles of them shoes. You used to smoke heroin? Okay. So while you've been in possession of them shoes, you've smoked heroin before and cocaine? Okay. When was the last time you used heroin or cocaine?
About 2 or 3 months ago.
2 or 3 months ago.
I've been clean up to now.
You clean up to now. You're registered heroin addict at all, or?
Yeah.
You have been, yeah. Okay.
The man's honesty about personal use explains the hits. But officers have a duty to investigate his belongings further to ensure he's not smuggling drugs into the country.
Happy with that, I think.
But officers are convinced that he's not drug smuggling and he's free to go.
No one's worried about anything. If I were worried, obviously, I wouldn't be worried. I'd be sweating, you know what I mean? So, I've got nothing to hide, so I'm alright.
In Gatwick, the flight to Jamaica is nearly fully boarded. But the passenger is still waiting to hear if he'll be allowed to leave with his £10,000.
Yes. So with your agreement, can I go ahead and seize it? OK, £12.55 for the seizure of the money.
It's not good news for the passenger.
I'm not satisfied what you've told me regarding the cash. OK, you're telling me it's come from a bank, but I don't know that.
It was withdrawn from Barclays Bank.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but listen to me. As a customs officer, OK, I can't always believe what people tell me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a very good customs officer, would I?
Is there any other way you could prove it without...
I can't do it here this morning. I will be holding on to the money today. I will be seizing this cash, this £10,000. Yeah. You're not under arrest, and you're entitled to leave the UK and go on your holiday to Jamaica today, but you won't be taking the cash with you. OK? Doesn't mean that you won't be getting the cash back at some further stage. At the moment, I'll need to seize it for the purpose of the further investigation. OK? Will you be travelling on the flight today? OK. That's fine. He's going to travel, so he doesn't need to offload the bags. Yeah.
With just seconds
You
to
just write your
spare,
address
the
down for
officers
me
are
here,
now
then.
rushing to get the man on board.
£12.55.
But with 10 grand at stake, he wants to make sure all
Can we just do
paperwork
this
is
one?
correct.
Do you want to get your flight?
Yeah, but at the end of the day...
You've got a few minutes before the gate closes, OK? This is the receipt for the seized cash. That means I am taking £10,000 from you today, because I need further evidence from you to tell me where the cash has originated from and what the intended purpose is for. That's the reason I'm seizing the cash. OK, this is a receipt.
The flight is going in a couple of minutes.
Right, we sign it.
You really need to move.
I ask another question now, yeah? What is the difference now if I come through with 2 or 3 credit cards and still spend £10,000?
Yeah? Then you'd been alright. The credit card has an audit trail. Cash doesn't. That's probably
yeah, but then
if you want to catch your flight, you need to give me that.
Yeah? Everything is just paperwork. I didn't know you have to catch much paperwork just to go to the airport. I think you just need a passport and don't carry the contraband.
Sir, listen. If you want to make your flight, you have to go on now.
If I even miss that flight, I don't even care because the insurance company still have to pay back for money.
Thank you.
I'm a loss of time.
The passenger's not happy, but he's made the flight, and it gives the cash team time to ensure the money doesn't have any links to crime.
With cash, he came across as pretty upfront about it. He was carrying the money, but I'm not satisfied with what the end use of the cash is for. With particularly with bringing, not saying this gentleman would be the case, but with drugs are so much cheaper to buy quantity-wise in Jamaica, and you could buy a lot of drugs for £10,000. I'm not sure that this man is totally involved in that, but people do. And obviously, if we can take the cash out at the beginning and do further checks, more the better.
The man who was carrying £10,000 in cash returned to the UK 2 weeks later, but his money remains with the border officers, and the investigation continues. The UK Border Agency is at war with smugglers in the ports and airports.
You don't have to say anything.
Get that out of my face.
Coming up in Manchester, Az pulls over a tricky customer.
Do you understand you can't bring them into the country?
Now, I've got 10 guns in there, 4 things.
Okay, now.
I hope you haven't. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
People smuggle more than chicken on a flight from Kiev.
Oh, I'm very sorry about that. Lots of people lose their sausages. She'll have to buy some English sausage now.
And when Diesel sniffs out some baseballs, a smuggler's plan is left ripped at the seams.
The actual stitching doesn't look too good on them. You can see there on the end of the knife actually, it looks like a white powder.
In Manchester, a flight from Pakistan has just arrived at Terminal 2. Flight crews are also subject to regulations, and today UK border officer Liz is using a new thermal camera to search the pilot.
Okay, that's fine. Could you just turn around and face the wall for me, please?
The pilot takes the new security measure in good spirits.
Do I get to see?
You can't, unfortunately. You can see me if you want. You want to see
He
me?
wants to have a go himself.
Yeah. So I just...
It's all in monochrome, like, not colored.
No.
It's not colored.
No. Okay.
So it's a thermograph kind of...
Yeah, it's a thermal imager.
So I'm cool?
You're cool to go, yeah.
The officers find nothing untoward on the crew, so turn their attentions to the passengers. Kevin spots a bag bulging with rectangular packages and tracks it into the channels. Inside he finds well over the allowance of 200 cigarettes and wants some answers.
Are you here on holiday or are you working?
Yes, I'm on holiday.
On holiday?
Yeah.
On your own? Just you? Just you?
One. Just you,
no
one.
family?
Conveniently, the passenger
here for 10
doesn't
days.
understand.
From 13 to 18.
Who are the cigarettes for?
Cigarette?
Cigarettes. Them things on there? Who are they for?
He also doesn't seem to understand.
This was
Sorry?
Myself.
They're for yourself?
Yes, I will do.
All them are
not
for
for myself, for sell.
To sell?
Yeah.
You're going to sell them?
Yeah.
Who to? Who will you sell them to?
It's a surprising admission and against the law.
You don't know?
The man's situation gets worse when Kevin discovers he works for the airline.
If it's a crew member is classed as a privileged person.
Yeah.
Now, if they're carrying excess amounts of cigarettes, over 1,000, well, they'd be arrested and we could prosecute them for it.
Right.
Now, this guy's got nearly 10,000 cigarettes. Comes to light now that the passenger is a member of staff. He works in Karachi, and as such, he's on a staff ticket. He's classed as a privileged person, which means he has to be arrested and prosecuted.
Kevin calls in the investigation team.
David, just let one of them know we've got a prisoner over at C2. Crew with cigarettes. Nearly 10,000. So just let them know we're going to have a prisoner in due course, but they're going to need a translator. We're about to do the arrest. We're just waiting for an Urdu speaking immigration officer to come down to facilitate that.
Kevin's keen eyes picked out the smuggler, and as he works for the airline, the man may be losing his job as well as his cigarettes. UK border officers in Dover face a 24-hour tide of trucks and cars. Smugglers use the sheer volume of traffic as a cover, and it's the job of the selectors to pick out vehicles to be searched.
There's a selector over the freight lane that has been selecting certain vehicles, and this vehicle here that we've intercepted today is in connection with a heroin job that they intercepted last week.
With information suggesting links to a previous heroin seizure, sniffer dog Millie and handler Nikki are brought in to speed up the search.
I've got a few of my colleagues having a look at the moment. There could be either a concealment space in there, or even better, a large quantity of money going outward bounds.
The driver isn't happy. Dealing with angry drivers is a daily hazard.
I don't have no rights. That's my fault, my sleeper. I'm not letting dogs hurl all over my bed. Simple.
When the dog's done, sir, you can go in and have a look around. If you want to make a complaint,
I have dogs. Dogs want my shit. I lick their own balls. They have no shit.
The officers have the power, but they're trying to respect the man's wishes.
Well, if you're telling me you're going to put that dog on, I want a letter to say that you are allowed to. I am saying I do not want that dog to go in that dog.
Yeah, I mean,
it's my right, and I'm asking you not to put the dog in, and you're saying you are, by law you can't, so I want you to give me a black and white. Is that fair?
That's fair. I can go and get you.
Listen, see dogs, we love dogs up. I have no bar with dogs. No problem with dogs.
Okay, well,
it's my bed.
I know
I live.
what you're saying exactly. All right, just calm down a little bit.
With the information linked to a previous heroin job, the driver's reluctance to let Millie into his truck is raising suspicions.
The driver's obviously not too happy about the dog going in the cab, so we're just getting the forms to say that we are actually allowed to go in there.
As soon as I get this letter, then we can get on with it, hopefully.
If Millie finds drugs, dog hair on his pillow will be the least of the driver's problems. Back in Manchester, the Urdu interpreter has arrived. This smuggler caught with 10,000 cigarettes also works for an airline and is about to be arrested.
We've had a translator explain to him exactly what's happened. He's upset now because he's worked for the airline for 33 years. He thinks he now may be about to lose his job. But he's not only brought in nearly 10,000 cigarettes, which he's admitted he's going to sell. It's an offence. You can't do that, unfortunately.
As he's led away to be searched, the man's nerves get the better of him.
He wants to go to the toilet.
Not got anything in there, is in the ditch, is it? Yeah, just shut the door so he can go to the toilet. He wants to use the toilet, but because he's not been searched yet, he could have evidential stuff on him that he'd try and flush down the loo.
Cigarette smugglers aren't usually accompanied to the toilets. But during the search, officers do find something in his jacket, and the man's day goes from bad to worse.
A small package been found in the gentleman's pocket, and it looks like it could be drugs, possibly opium.
I think it's possibly cannabis resin. You get a particular type of resin in Pakistan. If it does turn out to be potentially drugs, yeah, it's cannabis. You see it's gone that red colour? So although he's been arrested for the cigarettes, he's now going to have to be arrested again for this.
Okay. Cannabis. Listen, it's now 12:06. I'm arresting you on suspicion of being knowingly involved in the importation of a controlled drug. You do not have to say anything. You may hold your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Do you understand?
Suddenly, the situation is crystal clear.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
With 2 crimes to answer for, the consequences could be serious, even for such small amounts.
3.5 grams.
Well, he's potentially going to lose his job if his airline is involved about the offences he's committed. For the importation of the cigarettes, if we do decide to prosecute, he could face a fine. And for the importation of the drug as well, you're looking at a compound penalty, so that again could be a fine. So he could be facing a couple of £100 fine and potentially lose his job as well, which I believe he's been in his job for 33 years. So it was a silly mistake to make this late in his career.
Back in Dover, the team are dealing with the driver who doesn't want the drug dog in his cab. But they've now found the rules that give them the power to search, with or without his permission.
26 and 27, that you can use a dog as a living tool. Right, sir?
With the law on their side, the team can now get on with searching the truck.
What we do, we'll put the dog in now. Do you want to come and see us through stages? Okay.
The intelligence team selected this truck to be searched in relation to a recent heroin seizure. Sniffer dog Millie is looking for drugs or cash which may be connected to crime.
This guy's Irish. Recently we've had quite a few jobs from Irish vehicles coming into the country, largely being Class A.
Searching a massive truck like this can take hours, but sniffer dogs like Millie can do it in a matter of minutes.
Come on in. Millie.
With the cab search over, Millie checks the driver.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Good girl. No, I didn't get anything from that. Didn't go in the load because it's frozen meat, so just did the outside in the cab.
That's great, sir. Sorry about that. We've done with the dog now, so what I'll do...
If the driver didn't want Millie in his cab, he certainly doesn't want her in his trailer full of meat, and the officers decide to search it themselves. They find nothing, and the truck is free to go, for now.
Spoke to the selector. He's happy. He's got the paperwork, and he's going to evaluate it going out. Maybe stop it coming back in, but going out, perfectly happy with it. All right, sir. Thanks very much for your time. Sorry to be a problem. There's your stuff. OK, this is the complaints, all right? If you're not happy, I've said that you've been compliant. You've been no problems at all. I've just said you weren't happy with the dog going in. OK? OK, thanks very much for your time.
Lorry searches do take time, and the officers are well versed in dealing with drivers upset at the delay.
We do come across that, but we are actually allowed to go in the vehicle, so she didn't mark anywhere, she had clean feet.
As an insulted Millie ambles off, the driver leaves happily in his dog hair-free cab. Coming up, Az pulls over a tricky customer.
Do you understand you can't bring them into the country?
Now, I've got 10 guns in there, 4 seals.
OK, now, I hope you haven't.
Coming up...
Are they just giving you the price of the paper over there?
Yeah.
A surprisingly honest passenger is given a lesson
you
in
can't
law.
receive any. You can't receive any payment. Do you know?
In Gatwick, it's not just passengers that might be smuggling drugs. In the freight area, UK border officer Lorna and sniffer dog Diesel are searching packages from Jamaica.
We're just over in the freight sheds and we're going to search some of the DHL courier mail.
Any of the thousands of packages a day passing through Gatwick could contain cocaine, so using the skills of the sniffer dogs is vital.
We come over here most days and there are quite a lot of detections found over here, so it's a good area for the dog to work. Diesel, look, it's just...
Lorna watches Diesel closely, waiting for any sign that he's detected drugs.
Trig, do you mind having a look in that for me, please?
Which one?
This one.
The sensitive nose of a drug dog can sometimes be alerted by a few tiny particles of cocaine innocently picked up by contamination. But today, Diesel seems unusually excited.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Sit.
The package has come from Venezuela, a known source of cocaine, which makes contamination seem the most likely cause of the dog indication.
It looks like we could have some personal effects, so it looks like a pair of trainers there, a couple of baseballs and a couple of items of clothing that actually look okay. They don't look to be anything suspicious about the clothing. I'll just obviously have a quick check of the shoes.
Disappointingly, the contents look innocent and have already been examined in Venezuela.
The Venezuelans, you can see, they tried to see if there's anything in them. It doesn't look like there has been. Have a look at a couple of baseballs.
Just as it looks like a false alarm,
nice. Duncan
notices the stitching's been tampered with.
The actual stitching doesn't look too good on them. It looks pretty ordinary. It claims to be an official baseball, but if I try and undo the stitching a bit... You can see there on the end of the knife actually, it looks like a white powder. That could possibly be cocaine in its powder form. Steve, have you got a test kit?
It's starting to look like Diesel's nose was right.
Okay, and then just try and dab a little bit of this solution on top. If you can see there, we've had a blue reaction on the actual filter paper, and that indicates presence of cocaine from the white powder.
Brilliant.
It looks like the dog's done pretty well.
Yay, well done, Diesel.
Lorna's delighted, and Diesel gets a well-earned reward.
Good boy. Yay, good lad, good it.
Yeah, very good work by the dogs. Nice indication that he's obviously they like playing with balls, so you're never quite sure whether he's actually indicating or not, just wants to play with the ball. But on this occasion, he's done very, very well.
Thanks to Diesel, another illegal shipment of cocaine will now be destroyed. Meanwhile, across in the South Terminal, a flight is just touching down from Kiev. This time it's prohibited meat products in suitcases that the UK border sniffer dogs are looking for.
The Kiev flight is normally pretty good, a lot of sort of sausages and cheese and things like that, and they just don't seem to understand that they're not allowed to bring it in. So sometimes it goes around the sort of local community quite quick, and sort of if you've hit a flight quite a bit, you'll see it sort of ease off a bit, but they still seem to be bringing it in. So
The EU has strict animal health rules,
Keep
and it's
still
the
for
border
me.
officer's job to
What do
keep
you have
out
to eat
any
in your bag?
unregulated products.
Do you have food in here?
Apple.
Yeah.
Wine.
Anything else?
Fruit and wine
Any
are within
meat?
EU regulations, but it's illicit meat that's off the menu.
Yeah. Good boy. Thank you.
Okay, madam, if you just come with me. Where have you travelled from today? Kiev, okay. Are you travelling on your own?
With a number of health scares
Oh,
in
that's
recent
fine.
years,
Okay.
EU rules have been
And do you live in the
tightened,
Ukraine
which
or do you
catches
live
out
in
a
the
lot of
UK?
passengers.
Okay. You're not allowed to bring any meat products or any dairy products. Yeah, that's all right. You're not in any trouble, but you're not allowed to bring them in, so we have to take them from you. Okay. Let's have a look in the bag.
Very good sausage.
Oh, I'm very sorry about that. Lots of people lose their sausages. She seems quite pleasant. She's not upset. She said it's good sausage. It's a shame she's lost it, but she's not upset. She hasn't moaned at me yet, so she'll just remember for next time. She's lost her money. And she'll have to buy some English sausage now.
It's a small seizure, but importing products of an animal origin is a serious problem.
So that's 430 grams there. If you do bring meat in again, then you can get into trouble. Unlimited fine or imprisonment even. But I doubt that will happen with a bit of sausage. Okay, thank you. We'll just put this one to one side and we'll go and get the next passenger.
And Jasper has now sniffed out a queue of passengers to be searched. In Manchester, an early morning flight from Paphos has just touched down. It's within the EU, so passengers are entitled to bring back as much tobacco as they like, as long as they aren't receiving any money.
So you got some cigarettes there?
Yeah.
Who are they for?
Well, for me,
Yeah.
my brother-in-laws and smoke the tobacco.
All right. Are they just giving you the price that you paid for over there?
Az is surprised by the woman's honesty.
All right. She's already explained to me that she's going to get the cost price for some of the goods, which, as an EU traveller, is not permitted because those who aren't travelling aren't entitled to that privilege.
Az gives her another chance to explain.
Can you identify what you're actually giving away to your friend, family?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Is it just the gold leaf yours? Are you giving any of the tobacco away to anybody?
No, I'm going to start over my own.
Have you ever rolled your own?
No.
So
But
why?
you can buy machines.
You can?
I will give presents away as them, if that's
Yeah.
okay.
Are you saying to me that once you finish your cigarettes, you're going to start rolling?
No, I'll give
All right.
them as presents. Yeah, I'll take them off.
No, I'm not going to take them out. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying to me.
The woman now says she'll give away the tobacco as presents, which is fine, but she's still making things difficult.
Is this all your luggage?
Yeah.
Did you pack everything yourself?
Yeah.
Do you understand what you can and can't bring into the country? Like,
Yeah.
you can't bring any controlled drugs like indecent, obscene
No,
material,
well, I'll tell you,
firearms.
Hurry up, just open
Yeah?
them
Do you
all
understand you
up.
can't bring them into the country?
Now, I've got 10 guns in there, 14
Okay,
sure
now-
Stop that shotgun.
I hope you haven't.
You can take them, I'm
Okay.
not really.
Right, well, I don't want to take them off you, okay?
Az tries again to help the woman keep her tobacco.
But what I need you to understand is that when you bring goods in for somebody else, I asked you a question. The question was, are you just getting the cost price for the goods?
Yeah.
And you said, yeah, right, which is nice, and it's nice to be straightforward about it. However,
I know.
are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they're not travelling with you, you can't receive any payment for the goods.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
If
I'm
money is
not-
exchanged for these goods, that's not permitted.
I'm not selling them.
I know, but you're getting the cost price for the goods, aren't you?
No.
That's what you just said.
I didn't. I said they were presents.
Right. I asked you a question. I know what you said. You need to remember you can only bring in tobacco for yourselves. Giving them away as gifts is not a problem. However, if you're getting cost price that you paid over there, that's not permitted.
Well, if I would have brought a lot more than that, wouldn't
Well,
I?
I don't know that. Just remember, you
Sorry,
can't
Vic.
receive any. You can't receive
I
any
know.
payment.
I don't want
Do you know?
No one's got any money to pay me.
Finally, the message
All right,
appears
thank
to
you
have
again.
sunk in.
Quickest way out, straight down there, to the right, and then left. I asked her if she was receiving any payment for the goods. And she says, yes, she'll be receiving the cost price. She was a bit nervous, perhaps, coming back after such a long flight. Gave her the benefit of the doubt, because after a while she did change her story. She seemed happy by my decision. Hopefully she'll remember not to bring in goods for other people who aren't travelling with her.
Back in Gatwick, the animal products team are also dealing with passengers who claim not to understand customs regulations.
Cheers.
Many travellers can't resist the temptation
wait here
of
behind
foreign
this
meat
family,
products,
please.
but if it's non-EU, it's not coming in.
What food have you got in your bags? Fish and breadfruit. Okay, anything else?
No, just fish.
Any patties?
Oh, they're in my bag.
What flavour are they? Beef, okay. Okay, you just have to go with the officer, okay? Put some beef patties on the back of the
Okay,
trolley,
madam,
yeah.
just come with me. And the doc's indicated saying you've got some meat products? You've got some beef patties, okay. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to bring any meat products into the UK. No, unfortunately not. It's the same as from all countries outside of the EU. You're not allowed to bring any meat products.
It seems she made the same mistake before.
Do you know what? Is this new, the patty one?
No. Oh, they should. Oh, well, maybe they haven't looked for the patties before, but if you got the vegetarian ones.
Oh my God, vegetarian is all right.
Yeah, because obviously there's no meat in a vegetarian patty, but anything containing meat's not allowed to be brought in.
Pete does his best to clarify the rules.
What, you'll have to bring one fish? Does it say one fish?
No, you're allowed to bring in as many fish as you like now.
One fish, whatever weighs the highest.
Yes, so if your fish weighs more than 20 kilograms, you're not allowed to bring it in. That would be a big fish, so you'd have to have a real long suitcase to fit that in.
The woman is philosophical about her lost burgers.
You can't get them type of patties here. It's only English patties, they're not food tastes. So never mind. Next time I know.
Okay.
No more patty. You can't have patty. Look, this is what it says. Beef patty, none. That's what I signed for. Sorry.
Okay.
The woman leaves, marking the end of a busy shift for the meat team.
Well, people were smuggling in cheese and patties, which they shouldn't have been, but we've taken them from them. It's a good job we got the dog, because you can't always find them products without the dog sniffing for them, so it's good.
It's a large haul and will be added to the 200,000 kilos of animal products sniffed out by the border officers each year. Further examination of the Venezuelan baseballs found cocaine hidden inside them all, with a street value of £10,000. In our ports and in our airports, the UK Border Agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers.
I'm arresting you. Oh, dear me.
Coming up, after many years on the front line, nothing surprises Officer Fitz.
What is it you actually do?
I am a butcher, cut, ditch, and...
In Bristol, Officer Joe has become wise to the game.
They may be telling the truth. I suspect not.
And at Gatwick, Officer Chris uncovers a fortune.
How much money are you carrying today? 80,000. 80,000?
Yeah. Gatwick Airport, an incoming flight from Madrid has put UK Border Agency officers on high alert.
Obviously, we do tend to get connectors coming in from South America. So basically, that's the reason why we're using a dog for this, just to see if anything comes up.
The flight from Madrid is a known transit route for drug smugglers, so officers are carefully watching for any suspicious behaviour. One passenger who originally started his journey in Bolivia is of particular interest.
Yeah, it just seems a bit of an odd routing. He does seem quite nervous.
In the customs channels, sniffer dog Barney gets a chance to assess the passenger. But with no indication given, Officer Fitz takes him aside for further questioning.
Hello, sir. Hi. Where are you arriving from today?
Sorry?
Where are you arriving from today?
I came here. I left Bolivia after Argentina, Madrid, and I come now here.
Right. Just want to come to one of the benches, just have a quick word. Okay. Are you aware that there are certain items you cannot bring into the UK?
No.
Yeah?
These things,
Such as drugs?
No.
Okay.
But
Firearms? Yeah.
No.
I just need to answer the questions
Yeah.
first, okay? Okay. There's certain things you can't bring into the UK, such as drugs, firearms, and obscene material involving minors. Do you have any of those items in you at all? Okay, then. Okay, if you leave that open, that's fine. We'll have a look at that in a
With
moment.
communication difficult, Fitz proceeds with searching the nervous man's suitcase.
Monopoly fan?
After a quick rummage, an unwelcome visitor rears its head.
Yeah. Something crawling in there. Looks like you picked up a visitor. Oh. Well, I'm quite glad you did that, not me. You picked up a traveller.
Yeah.
Right, you said you work, yes? What is it you actually do?
I am a butcher, cut the chicken.
Oh, you're a butcher?
After searching the suitcase, Fitz is alarmed to find a passport that doesn't belong to the man.
Okay, who is this?
This is for my sister-in-law living in London.
Why have you got her passport?
The daughter, the Vivian, is my sister-in-law. Sent this for give the mother because the mother and bring the daughter. You understand that?
Right. Okay.
But the communication barrier may still be a problem. Fitz remains suspicious of the man's story and his nervous behaviour. At Bristol Airport, a flight has just landed from Tenerife. Officers are x-raying the luggage coming off the flight, and straight away they found some bags which are stuffed with cigarettes.
These all full?
Yeah, look at that. These all the same name, right?
These are all the same name.
Right.
At the moment it appears like we've got 3 bags full of cigarettes under the same name, so it looks like it could be a commercial amount, but okay.
Having identified 3 bags, they put back on the luggage carousel. Officers head inside to see who will collect them. The bags have been checked in under one name, but 3 separate passengers picked them up. As anticipated, they walk straight through the Nothing to Declare channel, where Officer Joe is waiting to meet them.
All 3 of you, do you want to come over? And where have you arrived from today? You're all aware there are prohibitions and restrictions on entering the UK? Certain things you can't bring into the UK, such as controlled drugs, indecent unseen material, firearms, explosures, things like that. You aware of these things?
Yeah.
Okay. You aware the Canary Islands is outside the European Union, so there's certain restrictions around to cigarettes, alcohol and tobacco you can bring through. You aware of that? No. Okay. Okay, do you have any cigarettes, alcohol, tobacco with you today? Yeah. How much do you have? 42 sleeves. 42 sleeves each. Okay.
All 3 passengers are massively over their allowance.
Right, the allowance is 1 of these each. Okay?
Hey?
That's the allowance, 1 of these each.
Why is it one sleeve?
Why is it? Because Canary Islands is outside the European Union, so you're only allowed 200 cigarettes each or 250 grams of tobacco.
Well, I never knew that. I thought it was now.
That's why they're so cheap over there, because you haven't
Well,
paid
that's why I bought some.
you haven't
I
paid
thought it
duty
was
on
so
the
cheap.
goods.
That's why I bought somebody. I didn't realise. I thought probably at that price.
But ignorance is no excuse. Travellers are required to know their allowances. Joe will have to unpack all 3 bags to find out just how big the haul is. In Gatwick, Officer Fitz is deciding what to do with the nervous Bolivian passenger who's been found carrying someone else's passport.
He says he's bringing his sister-in-law's daughter's passport over because obviously she wants her daughter here. That's the reason why he's brought the passport over, to get a visa.
The suspicious passport is taken to immigration to be checked. Meanwhile, the passenger is led away to be searched.
We have a lot of problems with drugs coming into the country, especially from South America.
I have problems.
No. I'm not saying that you have any problems. What I'm saying is there are...
I know.
You understand that? Yeah. We have problems with drugs coming into the country. Now, to satisfy myself that you have nothing on you at all, what I want to do is a search of person, which is basically a rub-down search of your body.
Whilst Fitz conducts a search of the passenger, his colleague Tony returns from immigration with the suspicious passport.
I've been down to the what they call a primary control point, which is the passport control, and I've spoken to the chief immigration officer down there and the forgery officer. They're satisfied that the child's passport is genuine, but they say there's no way that the passport would be brought here for a visa to be issued. They wouldn't issue a visa like that. It's also got a refusal for a visa stamp in the back from another country. So they're going to come up and have a word with the gentleman and quite possibly hang on to the passport.
Nothing is found during the search of the passenger, so officers swab test his shoes.
See what happens again.
If he's carrying packages internally, traces of drugs could be found in the sweat from his feet. And a high reading for cocaine makes officers suspect that he could be a swallower.
What we've done is, we've done a swab on your shoes. A substance has been detected of cocaine. All right? So, the time is 17:55, and I'm arresting you on suspicion of being involved on the importation of a controlled drug internally.
The man is led away for a full-body X-ray.
What I need you to do is take a deep breath in and out, then breathe in again, and then when we'll tell you to breathe out, that's when it'll start rolling. All right? Okay. Okay, to the end. Stay to the end. Breathe out. That's it.
But it quickly becomes apparent that he hasn't swallowed any drugs.
Negative. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Clear. Cool, thank you. Right. Okay, all done.
With the X-ray clear, the traces for cocaine are put down to contamination, and the man is free to leave. The passport he was carrying on behalf of his sister-in-law was seized and handed over to the Bolivian embassy. Back at Bristol, Officer Joe is still unpacking the masses of cigarettes which have been brought back into the UK illegally from Tenerife.
Did you plan to buy these cigarettes?
Not right there. Not there. But when we got there and realised what the price was like, yeah.
So you didn't plan to buy them?
Oh, no.
Joe spots something on the woman's luggage tag, which makes him doubt their story further.
Who's Mrs. A friend?
Yeah.
So all the bags under the name of Mrs. So who's Mrs.
This is my bag. My name is on that bag.
It was checked in under the name of Mrs.
I'm sorry, but that's my
You
bag.
don't. So you do know Mrs.
Yeah, but you don't know her. I didn't know her name. Yeah.
The three bags, all being checked in under someone else's name, makes Joe suspect the cigarettes were never intended for personal use.
The fact that they're all under the same name makes me think that this Mrs. has paid for these people to go to Canary Islands to bring back these cigarettes for her, so they're just basically carrying it for her, I would imagine. Sign here, just to say these goods have been seized from you today, okay? Just get a signature there, please.
With duty in the region of £40 for each sleeve of 200 cigarettes, the three passengers almost cost the UK tax system £5,000. Once the paperwork is complete, the passengers are free to leave without their cigarettes. They're given a warning and next time may face prosecution.
Okay, thanks for your time. I don't know. They may be telling the truth. I suspect not.
The cigarettes are bagged up, ready to be destroyed. Coming up, Sniffer Dog Diesel, one of Gatwick's longest-serving canines, is put to the test.
Basically, I've opened up the unit now and you can just see there's packages here and here.
Coming up, suspicions are raised about a travelling Chelsea fan.
He's got no idea where the stadium is, he's got no ticket, it would appear. He's got no idea who Chelsea are playing.
At Gatwick Airport, the UK border agency isn't just preventing passengers from bringing illegal drugs into the country. thousands of tons of freight passes through the airport every year. And officers work in tandem with sniffer dogs to check packages for illegal substances. Today, Officer Lorna and sniffer dog Diesel have arrived at the cargo hangar to assess a small part of today's consignment.
We're just over at the freight sheds and we're going to cover the freight that's just come off of the Virgin Bridgetown flight. So we'll see what he does. These. Looking for any interest from the dog really, and then one of the anti-smugglers will have a look and see if there's any cocaine or heroin.
As one of the airport's longest serving dogs, Diesel has sniffed out dozens of Class A drug seizures over the years, making him one of the officer's most valuable assets. And it doesn't take long for him to start showing some interest around one of the packages. The box contains a vacuum cleaner, so officers remove it from its packaging to take a closer look. And Diesel just can't keep away from it. With a suspected drug concealment, there's only one way to find out what's inside.
It looks like two of the screws had glue put on them, so it makes it harder to get inside. As you see, he's nearly getting into it now. He's just dismantling the whole thing, so we'll just see what he can find. Here's TV. Underneath here, some packages. Oh yeah, black taped packages. Basically, I've opened up the unit now, and you can just see there's packages here and here. So what we're going to do is get the dog over, have another look at it, and see if the dog indicates.
And almost instantly, Diesel makes another of its trademark indications on the packages inside the vacuum cleaner.
Occasionally saw as the dog got close to the scent, it gave a freeze stare indication. Basically, it just freezes at the scent and won't move until the handler throws in a tennis ball, and basically that was a perfect indication. And as you see, the packages coming out, and they're only small and they look properly tight wrapped. That's why he had to get his nose right on the source of the scent.
Well, what we'll do when we find things like this, we'll do what we call a field test. So I'm going to put some of the powder onto this filter paper, just put this liquid onto it. If it's cocaine, it will just flash up like a very turquoise aquamarine blue. Usually takes less than half a second to a second to do that. See, it's going this turquoise colour straight away. That basically indicates the presence of cocaine on the powder.
It's another impressive find by Diesel. Thanks to his sensitive nose, cocaine worth more than £8,000 will not reach the UK streets. Across at Gatwick's North Terminal, it's business as usual. A flight has just arrived from Dubai. Border agency officers are processing passengers passing through immigration. One passenger from Cameroon has caught the attention of officers after he claimed he'd come to the UK to watch a football match.
These are customs red and green channels. If you've got anything to declare to customs, you need to use the red channel. So if you've got any cigarettes, any alcohol, anything like that. If you're not sure, go in the red channel. If you're quite happy you've got nothing like that, you can come to the green channel with me.
I just have my money.
Okay, how much money are you carrying today?
80,000.
80,000?
Yeah.
Is that what currency is that in? Is it in dollars, sterling?
Dollars.
All right, we'll have a chat about that. Come this way.
It's a huge amount of cash for one passenger to be carrying. The man has a lot of questions to answer about exactly what he's doing here, so Officer Chris pulls him aside in the customs channels.
Are all the bags yours? Are all the bags yours?
Yes,
yeah.
3 bags are mine.
Okay. Did you pack all the bags yourself? You can't anything in your bags for anyone else? Is anyone giving you gifts or goods to carry for them into this country?
Nothing.
Okay. And as well as the cigarettes...
Very simply, he's Cameroonian, but he's also got residency in Thailand. So he's coming here allegedly to see Chelsea play. He's got no idea where the stadium is, he's got no ticket, it would appear, he's got no idea which hotel he's stopping in. He's got no idea who Chelsea are playing.
So what sort of things are you going to do whilst you're here then?
Yeah. I'll buy something.
Yeah. Yeah, please, Tony, if that one.
Officer Tony steps in to help with the investigation.
My friend is just using a little swabbing device. It just checks if you come into contact with anything like, you know, drugs we spoke about earlier. It's just like a little sniffer dog.
And a small trace reading for cocaine deepens the intrigue.
It shows traces, but it's not hitting the red zone, but it's still a significant link, so it's up to Chris how he wants to play it.
Whilst going through the man's belongings, Chris has made an unusual discovery.
Let's check. I'll have a look at some of these for me. Skin's a little bit heavy.
What are they? What are they? What are they?
Hair extensions.
Just hair extensions. Is that your line of business?
This is my business. I have salon. I have my own salon. And I produce this.
Right, let's pack that back out for you.
You can check those, I can pack it.
You sure? Let's if you're happy, that's a bit of time. I'll look at that bag next if you like. Thank you.
With suspicious reasons being given for the purpose of his visit, officers will need to take their search to the next level. In the South Terminal, a flight has just landed from Tripoli in Libya. As luggage is being unloaded from the flight, officers have noticed a strange odour coming from a number of suitcases. The luggage is placed back on the carousel, and as the pungent suitcases are collected, the owners are stopped for questioning in the customs channels.
Okay, is it just fish? Nothing
Yeah,
else?
fish, yeah.
Nothing else but fish, yeah?
Just food. My mom, I bring for my brother, sisters, my
Right,
moms and
yeah, okay, but it all belongs to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, but some I'll give to them.
Well, no, you said, when I asked you the initial questions, you said these bags were yours and yours alone.
No, because I put it on my name. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
no, you
because
said-
if I the
You said to me.
yeah, because it's my name, I cannot lie to you. That's why.
From outside the EU, there's a strict allowance of 20 kilograms of fish per person. It's become apparent that the woman's travelling companions are people she's just met in the baggage hall.
The first time they come in this country, they don't speak English. So I was happy and happy for them. I can tell them for children.
Officers suspect that the woman may have befriended the other passengers so they would unwittingly share her imported food allowance. The first suitcase is stuffed to the brim with smoked fish. So if she's carrying any more, she'll be well over her allowance.
It's just dried smoked fish. It's whether it's dried or wet fish. If you go over the 20 kilos allowance, it's all liable to seizure.
And it doesn't look particularly appetising. Officers open the woman's second suitcase, which is also stuffed to the brim with smoked fish. It's clear she has well exceeded her allowance.
The regulations are 20 kilos of fish. If you go over that, it's deemed as a commercial amount, and we're entitled to take the whole lot. So in this case, it was about 43 kilos of fish, just for the one passenger.
Despite being way over her allowance, the passenger is far from happy that she'll be leaving with nothing.
Only allowed 20 kilos.
20 kilos. And why don't you give me my 20 kilos?
Because if you exceed your 20 kilo allowance, we're empowered to take the whole lot from you.
Yeah, but I don't know.
It's your responsibility as a traveller to ensure you know what your allowances are.
It's the aeroplane responsibility to learn people what to bring and how many kilos you have to bring.
The airline's responsibility, I'm afraid.
The 43 kilograms of fish are bagged up and ready to be destroyed. The disgruntled woman is given a warning and released. In Gatwick's North Terminal, officers are still investigating a Cameroonian passenger who's carrying over $80,000 US in cash.
Tony, does that say UN security on it?
Looks like it.
The unusual find makes officers suspect that the stamp may be being used for fraudulent purposes.
In his bag, we found a stamp which says UN security code. Why would you have something like that? I think it's probably worth running it by our colleagues in Special Branch, as was called, it's Counter-Terrorism Unit now. This is very odd. So they may be very interested in that. If you don't want to talk to no problem. Yep.
Officer Chris heads over to the counter-terrorism team with a suspicious stamp. Meanwhile, his colleague Tony continues his search of the passenger's belongings and investigates the large amount of money he's carrying.
He has rather a lot of cash with him. He's required, when he comes into the EU, to make a declaration of anything more than 10,000 euros. What you need to do is complete this form, The details of what you've got there. This is a leaflet that explains to you what the law is, why you have to make the declaration. Okay? But at the moment what he says he's doing is coming here to, as a tourist, but also to look for stock for his shop because he has a hair salon back where he lives. So he's got quite a bit of cash just to fund the purchases of that as well as his stay here. So obviously as it's more than the €10,000 that he has to declare, just waiting for him to do a declaration.
Whilst Chris and Tony were happy that the man's cash was for legitimate business purposes, a further investigation was launched into his dodgy UN stamp. He was taken away by the counter-terrorism unit for further questioning. After investigation, the Cameroonian traveller found with the UN stamp wasn't allowed into the UK and was deported the following day.
There we go.
Wrong way. At tinig. Wrong way. At tibang na ito naman.
There we go.
Wrong way. Hati ni. Wrong way, hati bang mana dulu nak. Dalam hati ya bang.